Assalamu alaikum, respected Vice Chancellor, distinguished Chief Guest, faculty members, dear participants and guests. A very warm welcome to you all on this significant occasion. On behalf of the Department of English Linguistics and Allied Studies and NED University of Engineering and Technology, it is my privilege to welcome you to the inauguration of the 11th International Conference of Linguistic Association of Pakistan, ICLAP 2025. To commence, I would like to call upon Hafiz Muhammad Saim Siddiqui for the recitation from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ومن آياته أن خلق لكم من أنفسكم أزواجا لتسكنوا إليها وجعل بينكم مودة ورحمة إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يتفكرون ومن آياته خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف ألسنتكم وألوانكم إن في ذلك لآيات للعالمين. Translation. And of his signs is that he created for you from yourselves that you may find tranquility in them. And he placed between you affection and mercy. Indeed, in that are signs for people who give thought. And of his signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the diversity of your languages and your colors. Indeed, in that are signs for those of knowledge. صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you, Saim. The journey of this day has been one of dedication and hard work. I would now invite the driving force behind this conference, Professor Sajda Zaki, conference convener and chairperson of the English Linguistics and Allied Studies Department, to deliver her welcome note.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. Our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Arshad Saeed Hussain, Managing Director, Oxford University Press, Pakistan, distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Sheena Gardner, Coventry University, England, and Professor Robert McCall Miller, University of Aberdeen, Scotland. Respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Mohammad Tofail, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Noman Ahmed, Deans of the Faculty, guests, colleagues, ICLAP presenters, and audience assembled here, and those watching the live streaming of our conference proceedings. It is my absolute privilege to welcome you all to the 11th International Conference of the Linguistic Association of Pakistan, being hosted by the Department of English Linguistics and Allied Studies, NED University of Engineering and Technology, Karachi, Pakistan. It is indeed a privilege to extend this welcome note as the ICLAP 2025 Program Chair,
Good morning. Can you hear me? Put something in the chat or say yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Professor Zaki, for inviting me. Thank you to NED and ICLAP for inviting me and organizing this conference. I'm just really sorry that I can't be there in Karachi with you in person. So I'm going to talk about technology, society, and language, about the three themes of the conference in relation to the BAWE project, BAWE, British Academic Written English project. It's a corpus project. And I'll probably go quite quickly for some of you, but everything that you need is on the Coventry website. There are links to everything I'm going to talk about and more. So I'll start by sharing my screen. There we are. So I'm going to talk about the intersection of language, technology, and society. And I'm going to start with technology, with telling you about the corpus, and then talk about society with how we investigated the educational and social background of the corpus, and then talk about language, and finally talk about how you can use the corpus. You can use the corpus free at no cost for teachers of English, for learners of English. And if you are a corpus linguist, you can also download the corpus for free from the Oxford Text Archive. And there are links to all of that on the Coventry website. So first of all, technology. The aim was to collect a successful student writing. So we collected writing from across the disciplines from 4 universities in England that had been assessed as very good. So it wasn't collected on the basis of the English, it was collected on the basis, if it was marked by the chemistry lecturer in chemistry then as very good, then we collected it. We anonymized the texts and stripped out all the front and back matter, so there shouldn't be any student names in them, for instance. And we also took out the tables, figures, and long quotes in order to focus in on the writing that the students produced. And we've prepared XML files with metadata. So here's the metadata. So you'll see, and you can filter the corpus for any of these features. We gathered information on the level, if it was first year, second year, third year undergraduate, the module title, the discipline, the grade that the student got. D is for distinction. We accepted only distinctions and merits. The number of words in the assignment, most of them were about 2,000 words long. It's the average. The number of sentences, the number of paragraphs, the number of tables, the number of figures, the number of block quotes, and so on. So, and there's lots more. So we basically, anything that we could objectively see in the text, we put into the metadata, and then you can filter for that. And we also found out about the students. So we found about their gender, about how old they were, about this was what their reported first language was. So you'll see that most of them have English as their reported first language. Some of them have Hindi, some of them have Urdu, some of them have Gujarati. Not very many, but some. We also asked them if they had been educated in the UK or overseas. So UKA means UK all. So, and that was important because if somebody was a Gujarati speaker, but they'd done all of their education in England, for instance, then we wanted to know that and the course that they were on and much more about all of that. So we created XML versions of all of the texts and we extracted all the metadata. So this was the corpus that we ended up with. We designed it according to the years and the disciplinary groups. So year 1, 2, and 3 are undergraduate years in England, and year 4 is typically a master's degree in England. You'll find it's different in Scotland and different in other countries, but that's what that means. So we tended to have the same students in years 1, 2, and 3, and then in year 4 for the masters, they'd had a break or they were different students. And then we divided the disciplines into 4 disciplinary groups, and I'll tell you which disciplines we looked at. So we had about 6,500 words in the corpus, about 2,800 texts. Most 2/3 of them were written by people who said their first language was English, and about 1/3 were written by people who said their first language was something other than English. Could have been Welsh, could have been Gujarati, who knows. We had about half and half in terms of distinction and merit, so they were all good assignments. And we had from over 800 collected assignments from over 800 students and from over 1,000 modules and courses. So the design of the corpus was in terms of the years of study and the disciplinary groups. Anything else we just collected. So it's not equal in that sense. These are the disciplines that we collected from. We aim to collect from 7 disciplines in each disciplinary group. And we tried to get for proper disciplines rather than interdisciplinary. So something like biochemistry, we avoided, or computational linguistics because of the interdisciplinary nature of those disciplines. And there are other corpora that have looked at interdisciplinary focuses. So you'll notice that not all disciplines are represented, but we had about 7 for each disciplinary group. So that was the technological part of the project, if you like. We also, so while we were collecting the data, we also examined the social purposes. Why do students write at university? What is the purpose of university assessed writing? And we did that from basically an ethnographic perspective. We collected all the documents that we could find that were relevant, and we interviewed lecturers and we interviewed students. So we collected the national degree benchmarks, subject guidelines, university guidelines. So from national down to a subject to university to department, we interviewed the lecturers, called them tutors there, and we interviewed students. And when we collected the assignment in, we had an assignment form that the students had to fill in. So we had a lot of information about why students write. So for example, here are the sorts of objectives given by the QAA for UK university degrees, that students should have the latest knowledge at the forefront of their disciplines, that they should be able to analyze and inquire, that they should be able to manage their own learning, that they should be able to devise and sustain arguments, solve problems, comment upon research and scholarship. So these were the sorts of things that we were told by these different documents and by the lecturers. Those were the interview questions. We asked them about the structure of the different kinds of assignments, what they valued in student work, what they most disliked in student work. And if there were any modules that we thought we should, basically we tried to collect from the core modules in years 1, 2, and 3, not the electives, to get a sort of a core representation of it. So this is the kind of thing that the tutors would say to us. So this is one from an engineering projects. They have, in the project, they have tasks similar to what they'll get in employment. And quite a few of the upper level assignments were written as if they were written to employers. And in some cases, they were actually written to employers. And in the engineering projects, they work in teams with students from a range of engineering disciplines, and they produce a document with costings targeted at a venture capital company. So this was on one assignment, and this is the kind of thing that the tutor said. The same tutor or lecturer also said that even though a lower level assignment might look the same, it might have the same structure. That's typically introduction, methods, results, conclusion, discussion, conclusion, something like that. the work that the student did might be different. So a third year project may be similar in structure to a lab report written in the first year. But in the first year, the student would be given a lot more guidance. And in the third year project, the student would be doing everything for themselves. So we got a sort of sense, not only of what the assignments looked like, but also what the purpose of them was. Engineering students we interviewed, I really like that the last quote that this one says, doesn't matter how good the project is, if it isn't well written, it won't get good marks. So, good. But and through interviewing the students, we got a sense of why they thought they were writing the assignments. So very different, of course, if you look at different disciplines. So here's one from history who tries to sort of balance different arguments. And notice what is a she, what she says, I'd never say this is what I think directly. So she considers the popular arguments and she considers the professor because, that was quite important because different professors, of course, have different views, but you know as a student that you're writing essentially for your professor and what they are thinking and try and weave things in together. And this one in history says, always go back to my introduction stance. So in history, they tend to put their thesis statement first and then argue it throughout the paper. Some papers are more open, they have an open question and they don't come to a conclusion, to a stance until the end. So it varied. So from looking at all of that documentation and trying to take an emic perspective, trying to take an account of what people thought they were doing, we identified 5 social purposes of student writing, and you could say of graduate attributes and of university writing. One is demonstrating knowledge and understanding. The second is developing powers of independent reasoning, being able to argue. The third is building research skills. It was part of the university education to train future researchers. The fourth was preparing for professional practice, and we saw this particularly in some disciplines like business, medicine, social work, and so on, more than in others, law. And the fifth one was writing for oneself and others. This is where they do a sort of reflective writing, and they learn how to learn. It was very popular in the early 2000s when we collected the data. So these were for British universities in the early 2000s. I think it would be different now, and it might well be different for Pakistan. So this is where the social comes in. So there was no mention, for instance, as I think you would see now, of international awareness, and no mention of digital literacy. And I'm sure that would be an objective nowadays if we were to look at it. In other words, the corpus is time-bound. And there was no mention that we see in some other countries of developing moral citizens. There was nothing moral mentioned in any of the objectives by any of the people, but we know that this is really important in some countries. And there was nothing about understanding the politics and the systems that govern the countries. Again, some countries use university education to instill an understanding of politics and government in their students, but in the UK they didn't at that time. So the context was place-bound. So very much part of its society at the time. So the final strand was language. So we identified genre families. We used Martin's definition of genre. There were far too many genres. I know there are people talking later in the conference about genre and genre families. So we identify genre families as a group of genres with a similar structure and similar purpose. The structure in terms of staging, what goes into the assignment, what comes first, what comes second, what comes third, and the purpose. So to give you an example, the critique genre family. So we gave it the name critique. You may find critique used in lots of different meanings, but this is what we defined as the critique genre family. And the critique genre family includes book reviews in history, product evaluations in engineering, and results interpretation in biology and others. So book reviews and product evaluations and results interpretation would be genres. We grouped them together because for all of them, they have basically the same sort of purpose. That you describe what it is, you describe the book or you describe the product, and then you evaluate it from the perspective of the discipline. So you need to know the discipline in order to evaluate it. So that was how we identified the critique genre family. We were interested in teaching English across disciplines and what the similarities and differences were. So we ended up with 13 genre families after a lot of toing and froing, and I can talk more about any of those if you're interested in them. As I say, they're our names. So the case study in our classification has to include recommendations, whereas I know that case studies don't always include recommendations. For instance, here are some examples of essays from different disciplines, from English, politics, philosophy, economics, engineering, and so on. So essay was the most common assignment type at that time, and I think it possibly still would be. And often an essay has two variables. Do male and female poets use dramatic monologue to different effect? Why does Anscombe think we ought to abandon the concepts of moral obligation and duty? So you've got at least two things. Bertrand's competition is more intense, and so on. I like the last one. The primary goal of a course in engineering ethics ought to be to have students master the standards of professional conduct specified in the major engineering codes of ethics. Discuss. And critiques tend to be an evaluation of one thing, as we saw with the book review and the product evaluation. So evaluate something, outline and evaluate something, analyze a law, review the book. And so that book review of The World of Odysseus is from classics. So it means that you need to review it from the perspective of classics education. So in all of these cases, and the next one, the analysis of Jules Verne, was from a meteorology assignment. So you don't want to be saying, oh, it's written really well. You want to sort of think, what does a meteorologist want to know to be able to review the book? Anthropology, engineering, and biology. So those are examples of critiques. I'm not going to give examples of all the genre families, but you can look them up. So what this showed us, among many other things, is that in history, as in English literature, I would imagine, they write essays and essays and more essays. So they've written essays at school, they write essays at university, and mostly what they write at university is essays. Sociology is somewhere in the middle, whereas engineering, it was as if almost every assignment had a different purpose. So we had lots and lots of different types of assignment, different genres. So there were essays, but there weren't very many essays. Mostly what they did were lab reports, which we called methodology recounts because we lumped them together with design reports, and research reports, the final year project. So most of the assignments in engineering were geared towards that, but not all of them. And we did see a whole variety of different types of assignments. So the challenge of writing, of course, people who study history become very good at writing essays, but the challenge of writing for engineering is very different. So we mapped the 13 genre families onto the 5 social purposes. So the main purpose of explanations was to explain how something works, so how the eye works, for instance, and you had to demonstrate your knowledge and understanding. The main purpose of essays and critiques was to show that you could argue, develop powers of independent reasoning. the main purpose of literature surveys, and we had lots of different types of literature surveys, of methodology recounts, again, most of those are lab reports, but not all by any means, and research reports, was building research skills. So it was recognized that a small number of people would go on and do research. Preparing for professional practice tended to be the case study, design specifications, problem questions and proposals, and narrative recounts and empathy writing were very much reflective writing. So we were able to map and just make it more manageable, make the whole scheme more manageable. So that was the language. And then for my last section, I just want to point to some of the things that you can use as teachers and learners of English. You can use Sketch Engine. If you go to the BAW website on Coventry University, then you'll find links to all of these. But you can use Sketch Engine freely for students, for learners and teachers. If you pay, you get more capability, you can do more with it, but you can use it freely. And you can download the corpus from the Oxford Text Archive, again, at no cost. So the sorts of things that people have done is they've looked at data is versus data are, these sort of traditional English questions. And actually we found that most students avoided saying data is or data are, and they tended to use things like the data did not support or the data set or the data would, where it's ambiguous if it's singular or plural. There were differences though. There are papers that have looked at lexical bundles, at phrases that are used. So Chen and Baker, for instance, looked at on the other hand and found that it appeared 36 times in the Chinese student writing. There's quite a lot of the papers are written by Chinese students, but only 4 times in those people who said that English was their first language in the native speaker corpus. And it's you get patterns from a corpus. You don't get this is right, this is wrong, but you get patterns that you can use. And so many other features have been looked at. The development of theme, transition markers, spell nouns, citation markers, and so on. There's a couple of hundred publications, I think, have been written. That's what the concordance looks like, and you can see how you get the patterns. So use tends to come before theory, it tends to come after methods. It's not that any of the others are wrong necessarily, but you look for patterns, and if you find a pattern, then it's more likely to be right. Remember, these were not chosen for their English, they were chosen because they were good writing. This is something that you can do in Sketch Engine that's quite useful. So theory is in green, method is in red. So we talk about something supporting the theory, testing the theory, putting the theory, or the theory predicts, the theory suggests, the theory proposes. But with method, it tends to be something costs the method, adopt the method. I don't know what that pour is. If you click the 3 dots, you would get examples of pour the method, I don't know. Employ the method. Employ is a usual one. And the method involves would be a typical use of method. And as I say, if you click those 3 dots, you get good examples of those. So this is useful if you're looking for other words to use and how they're used, or if you're simply interested in how they're used in English. As I said, there were dozens of publications on all different aspects, on the genres, on the writing in specific genres, in specific disciplines, writing by specific students, Chinese students, comparison with writing in other countries, how to interpret the copy, and so on. And we involved Doug Biber in the multidimensional analysis of register, which was good. So do have a look at those. In some of the papers, you'll find that they've used BAW as a reference corpus, and that's really useful. So if you had assignments from Pakistan and you wanted to compare with BAW, you can do that. And those are some examples of people who've done that, who've used BA as a reference corpus, which is very useful. And some of the papers have a more pedagogical focus, so you could import them directly into your teaching if you're a teacher of English. So there's some examples of those. So lots you can do with it. I'll finish there. And I think I'll pass over to Robert now, and I'll take some questions at the end. Thank you.
Right. Good morning, everybody. Okay, sorry about that. I'm afraid we can't hear you, so therefore I was just jumping in there. Forgive me. Good morning for us. Good afternoon for you. In fact, it's very strange saying good afternoon because the sun only rose about half an hour ago here. The delights of the northern winter. Right. I'm going to be talking to you today about something that burns inside me because I feel that the way in which people are taught um, English linguistics or whatever you want it to be is not always great when it comes to pronunciations. So I'm going to share with you now my slides. I'm afraid my slides are not as beautiful as Sheena's. This, I think, is just a difference in personality. Okay, let's see if we can. Right. I was being willingly difficult, which is part of the Scottish character at times, by calling it something about democracy. But one of the things that's very striking about both the English-speaking world and those people, many people who are learning English, is that for those who are in positions of power, knowledge of the deep variety of English and its pronunciation and its grammar and so on may not be as high as it might be expected there. Now, this is important when it comes to learning English as a second language, I think, because if you are taught only to understand a small number of accents that you've been exposed to, there is always the danger that when you actually enter the English-speaking world, you're going to be very confused by this. Right. You know, if you land at Heathrow Airport, London's Heathrow Airport, or if you land at New York City's John F. Kennedy Airport, the people that you first meet will probably not use received pronunciation or general American when they speak to you. Many of them will not be native speakers of English, although they may have had it a large part of their lives. And that has to be borne in mind as well. I have heard here at Aberdeen students coming up from the south of England who thought that the people they met were speaking Gaelic, the Celtic language of Scotland, when in fact they were just speaking the local dialect, a close relative of English. What is the purpose of teaching students to understand any language? And this is, I stress here that I'm not talking about everybody learning different varieties of English. What I'm saying is, what is the purpose of doing this? Is it a purely academic exercise, or is it actually something which is there to help our students be understood and to understand? Now, I have to put in here a warning, which is there is a tension between sociolinguistic reality and dialectological idealization. So, in the English speaking world, is it an absolute given that because you come from a certain place, you will sound like people from there? And the answer, of course, is at both a social and a personal level going to be no. But most people who come from these places have sufficient similarities with each other that you can begin to understand each other at certain levels. Also, another important question, given the fact that most native speakers within the English speaking world are literate, what effect does written standardization have on the spoken forms? I, for instance, just seeing the other daily commute, I have a wide one, between the varieties that I use in certain circumstances and the way I speak in other ways. So that, for instance, at the university, when I'm teaching and so on, I'm speaking Scottish Standard English, as I'm speaking to you, which is basically just Standard English with a Scottish accent. But on the other hand, there may be times when I'm speaking my local dialect, which is only borderline mutually intelligible with Standard English. And this is aimed by the fact that I don't live where I come from. So the dialect here is quite different from mine, although mutually intelligible. There's also the thing that I lived outside outside Scotland for about 10 years in my 20s. And about half of that was outside the English speaking world. Also, I'm married to somebody who isn't a native speaker of English. So therefore, there's all sorts of different things going on, some of them overt. I'm showing I suppose, my educatedness. I'm showing my desire to be understood by all my students by speaking standard English in certain circumstances. But on the other hand, there's a covert desire to show identity, so that one of my colleagues, who's in the English literature department, speaks the local dialect of the area to the north of here. And she and I speak Scots. We speak our local dialects to each other. And that's as much to show that we're not the same as everybody else, but it's also because we feel more comfortable doing so. What I'm going to be talking about then is patterning difference, because I think that one of the issues is, and I've had this experience myself, is that if other varieties of spoken English are introduced to students outside the English speaking world, it's done as being, this is X, this is Y. And there's no attempt to say, how are these connected with each other? How can we compare them? Now, if I had the time and the resources, I would actually show you what I do, which is I use recordings and I use discussions and I use ways of showing things in terms of vowel pronunciation and so on. But I can still get across some of the ideas just in this brief talk. I'm thinking primarily here about language 1 varieties, L1 varieties, but L2 varieties also exhibit these phenomena. So that just thinking about South Asia, there are similarities within South Asian English, but there's also differences, partly to do with what language underlies people speaking, but also partly just because of history and so on. Now, I'm going to concentrate on a set of varieties which are not my native ones, although I did live in London for 3 years. We're going to begin with the patterns of Southeast England English, because this is important when looking at many other varieties of English. It should be noted just before we get started in this that we're only dealing with urban varieties here. Until quite recently anyway, rural dialects of the countryside, were often quite strikingly different. I mean, one of the things that we associate with Southeast England English is the lack of full rhoticity. So that what the word I say is car is car, or what to that effect. But if you look there on the map, you'll see a big town called Reading, which is on the River Thames. And in the area round about Reading, In the 1950s, linguists recorded people who said car there, which we would normally associate with the southwest of England. But people that close to London were doing something very different. So some varieties spoken in this region are quite different, or were quite different. But we're going to look in the first instance at RP and also Cockney. And I put those in Cockney in inverted commas because not all people who speak working class London English are actually Cockneys. Okay. Received pronunciation is a class-based dialect. Well, pronunciation, which is associated with the dialect. As you see there, I've got Brideshead revisited because I just couldn't resist it, really. It has certain features which are easy to describe and to talk about. You know, let's just take the fact it's non-rhotic. It's not fully rhotic. So as I say, car is car. It has, because of that, it has intrusive R, as we in Scotland would think of. So you'd say law and order would be law and order, which confuses Scottish people. I can remember as a very young child asking my mother why English people called Africa Africa, because that's what it sounded if people said Africa, Africa and Asia, or something like that. Okay. Right. It's also got, let's take one vowel. The vowel in the word road. You know, what you drive on, which is something like road. It's a diphthong, whereas to me it's a monophthong. Okay, when I lived in Norway, which I did, I taught in Norway for 3.5 years in the 1990s. When I lived there, what struck me almost immediately was that the Scottish vowel system and the Norwegian vowel system were very similar. And I can remember doing a language lab for what was described as British English, but it was actually received pronunciation. And listening to my students, and one of them said the word road as road. And I remember hearing myself saying, don't say road for road, say road. I think this is utterly pointless. But as long as they kept paying me, of course, I kept doing it. So received pronunciation is seen as a model within England in particular, not at all here in Scotland, as a model of correct speech. But let's compare it to one which is most certainly not by most people considered correct, but has very strong covert prestige, which is working class London English, otherwise known as Cockney. And there you've got, because I'm leaving no cliche unturned there, you've got pearly queens and pearly kings there. Now, it's often, because of the way it's described in books, both here and outside the English-speaking world, it's as if Cockney and RP were incredibly different from each other, when in fact they're actually very similar. It's just certain things are pronounced slightly differently from each other. Working class London English, as the name suggests, is the working class variety in contrast to the upper middle class variety RP. And there are varieties in between these as well, sometimes called estuary English as well. Right. Okay, so what we have here is an example of similarity, of seeing things as being part of the same system in some senses. So Cockneys, like RP speakers, don't have R's in all places, and they do pretty much the same thing, although it's worth noting that some speakers of London English don't have an R at all and have W again, so that treacle is twinkle and things like that. So there's a variety of different things there. The thing that people always notice with Cockney and with other varieties from around about there is that H isn't pronounced. And TH, th, becomes th. So thing is thing, things like that. Right. So you can talk about them. You can talk about how it differs and how it comes together, how it's patterned. So, for instance, the vowel in the word hate, which to me is a monophthong, in RP is the diphthong a, hate. But in Cockney, it's lower in the mouth, it's height. Okay? So we can talk about these differences, but underlying them is similarity. Now, it's very important to talk about these Southeast England Englishes because they are in some senses, the ancestor of almost all forms of English spoken in the Southern Hemisphere, and also South Asian English. And that's because these are places which were largely colonized or taken over, in the case of what became the Indian Empire, by speakers of English, many of them from southeastern England. So Australian English, New Zealand English, South African English, and also Englishes that nobody ever hears, but they're wonderful, like the English of Tristan da Cunha in the South Atlantic, places like that, all share many similarities with Southeast England English. Right. Let's think about Australian English. That there is Australian soldiers during the Gallipoli campaign in 1915, which my grandfather was actually at as well. He was in the Royal Army Medical Corps. Australian English is noticeable almost immediately as not being from the southeast of England, but also shares much in common. One thing I've noticed is that often on American television shows and films, they often have Australians playing English people because they can't hear the difference. Whereas if you grew up with a lot of Australian English being beamed at you in various ways, if you have, as I have, Australian relatives, it's just something that you're used to from that point of view. Australian English shares much in common with Cockney. That vowel I was mentioning, height, becoming height, is exactly the same in Australian. And there's a range of vowels and also consonant combinations which are there. But there are also dissimilarities as well. For instance, Australian English doesn't drop its H's. Australian English has H pronunciation, although there's some evidence that about 100 years ago, some Australians did drop it because we've got very old recordings of very elderly Australians speaking at that time. They also don't go in for TH fronting, so they don't say thing for thing, except if you come from an Australian native background, and it's very frowned upon by non-native Australians. So why? Now, picture there is Ned Kelly. Ned Kelly was a famous outlaw in early Australia. What he's wearing is a sort of metal piece of armor he made himself so he wasn't shot in the face. He was eventually hanged. Some Australians would see him as a freedom fighter. Other people see him as a murderer and general criminal. Why is Australian English similar to but different from Cockney? Well, one of the things, talking simplistically, and the way that I would begin by teaching about these differences that are patterned, is that when you get Australians, you get a large part of the early European settlers of Australian weren't from the southeast of England. Many of them were Irish. Now, if you listen to Irish Australians, they'll say that they were there because they were political prisoners, and that's true for some. But most, other convicts who were taken to Australia in the early 19th century, most were actually just minor thieves of one form or another. Right? That Australian-Irish feature runs through Australian English, although it's often very difficult to put your finger on it. So although it sounds like Southeastern British English, or English rather, it actually has other inputs going on. You can say the same. I don't have time to talk about New Zealand English, which of course sounds like Australian English, but is again different from it. The main difference there, you could posit, is that there's a large minority of European settlers in the early days of New Zealand who are from Scotland. And you can actually hear that in the vocabulary that's used, such as, for instance, calling a place that cows are kept a byre rather than a cow house or things like that. So these are Scottish features within New Zealand English, which itself sounds a bit like working class London English. So we're seeing here means by which we can take things forward, and which I have taken forward when dealing with both teaching people who had English as a second language, and also from actually teaching people who will teach people with English as a second language, is make it fun and make it interesting in all its facets, its culture, its connections, and also in this way of looking at it as being logical connections between different varieties going on there. Now, I talked in a similar way in a presentation in China about 9 years ago. And there, somebody rightly criticized me for saying, that it was as if I was suggesting that students should be taught these different varieties and be able to reproduce them. We live in the real world. There is no real point in somebody who's not going to live in, say, Lancashire in the north of England to sound Lancastrian. But on the other hand, we are doing our students a great disservice if we don't recognise that all languages are diverse, and English perhaps as much as any, because it's spoken in so many discrete places by people who either have it as a first or a second language. And that is important to get that across. I'll finish with one story. About 35 years ago, getting on for 35 years ago, I worked at the University of Helsinki in Finland. And one of the things that I had to do was to judge people's pronunciation. And I did what was referred to again as British English, but was in fact received pronunciation. And I can remember there was a student who had near perfect pronunciation from an RP point of view, who also, her English wasn't fantastic. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't fantastic. And the thing is that the social reactions she would have got if she'd been in England and spoken like that would have been quite aggressive at times. Because if you hear somebody speaking with what's obviously a non-native speaker's pronunciation, people are sympathetic generally. But if you sound just like you're a bit, I would put it, not very bright, but also very high class, it's going to have strange reactions there. So that's me. Thank you very much, folks. What I'm going to say now is I don't really know whether I can actually hear what you're saying. So please do get in touch with me, and we'll see how we go. If you want to email me, if you want to send me anything else, I'd be most grateful. Thank you. Oh, I can hear. Thank you.
A profound thank you to both Professor Gardner and Professor Miller for your illuminating insights. Unfortunately, because of time constraints, we are not taking questions and answers at the moment. Thank you so much, everyone. I would now request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, NED University of Engineering and Technology, Professor Dr. Mohammad Tufail, for his remarks.
Before I start my talk, I want to get the permission of all these young boys and girls sitting at the backside, engaged in conversation, which apparently is very much important for them, rather than listening to the distinguished guests. So whenever you are ready, I'll start my speech. Please do let me know when should I start. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Our chief guest, Mr. Arshad Saeed Sahab, Dr. Noman Ahmed, Vice Chancellor, our two keynote speakers, Professor Gardner and Professor Miller, Dr. Sajda Zaki, my colleague, faculty members, distinguished guests, dear students. Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon to all of you, and good morning to our two distinguished keynote speakers. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee of this conference, Dr. Sajda Zaki and her team, for arranging this wonderful conference, which is apparently for 3 days. I hope that all the participants of the conference would be fully benefited through the talks and the papers which would be presented during this 3 days event. And eventually it would help them to further work into this domain of language or linguistics. As a layman of this field, what I can understand of a language is one of the mode of communication. Besides other modes of communication, this is the one that is usually practiced. But on an international domain, when we talk about a language, then English comes in our mind that this is a language for communication. Fair enough, because there's a commonality and every other national feels comfortable talking in this particular language, despite of the fact that there's a good population who won't understand this language. There are other international languages as well, be it French, Spanish, and German, and various other languages. But nonetheless, in majority of the scenario, you'd feel comfortable talking in English language, be it British or be it American. But somehow we need to look into this aspect as well, that while we are after this language, English, then this is tagged as to be a proper communication language. And in our own domain or domestic situation, whenever we consider that how good or bad a person is in communication, then we measure or judge him or her under the language of English. And what's going to happen is that a person who is having good amount of knowledge and experience but lacks in English is considered to be having a poor kind of a knowledge in that particular area, which is, I think, unfair. We do focus on English, fair enough, but the native or local languages should also be encouraged, and I'm not sure that how you're going to address it, or you are already getting it addressed. There's another factor which is somehow alarming, and I personally observed it, that parents who would prefer talking to their children in English language or Urdu language, and forgetting that they have got a native language as well, which they'd not prefer using while communicating with your children, with their kids. At the end of the day, what happens is that you'd see grown children of people having their own native language, but their children do not speak that language. I think this is something which is alarming. And we as a country, with claiming to be having more than 70 different languages, should realize the fact that there are several of endangered languages as well, which are not being looked into or taken care of. So I'm not sure how, but I think those especially endangered languages should also be highlighted. And at least in conferences of this nature, if short videos, those kind of things should be shared with us at least, that we'd know that what is the accent, what is this language, what is the history of that language. Could be a parallel session, I don't know. But at least we should realize the fact that there are several of the languages which are going to wipe out in some years. So again, if we would not encourage our native languages, the same thing is going to happen with these languages as well. While listening to the Professor Miller, I just was thinking about that English language, being a mother international language, had several of the words wherein it's considered as to be having some kind of letters to be called as silent, when you communicate or talk about it, these letters are silent letters. I'd observed this thing while I was in UK, and there was a city called as Leicester, and if you completely read it, Leicester or something, Warwick. So there are several of these kind of words with having several of these letters being silent. But what American did, they've taken out all these extra letters, but still the pronunciation is same. So I don't know what is the phenomena. These letters are there, or without these letters in two different regions, there's no effect onto the pronunciation. So what would be the justification for that? So anyway, these are just few thoughts of mine I thought I would share with you. I'd expect that everyone attending this conference would be benefited. And those coming out of Karachi, I'd expect them to have and wish them a pleasant stay in Karachi, though the season is getting changed, winter's coming in, but I'm sure that you'll be having a good time. And one last thing, while I was given this name tag, I was just thinking that's good that you changed the modality and you used the paper so as to become environment friendly. But the additional point that you just mentioned of using the seed paper, I think it's a commendable thing for the environment. At least each one of us is responsible for the climate. So it's a good step, and we will try to have it applied in all these seminars and conferences in our university at least. Thank you very much, and thank you all.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor, sir. It is my pleasure to invite our chief guest, Mr. Arshad Saeed Hussain, Managing Director of Oxford University Press, Pakistan. With over 30 years of leadership experience, Mr. Hussain has been a champion for developing world-class, culturally relevant educational materials for Pakistani learners. He has been instrumental in scaling teacher enablement initiatives and has actively contributed to shaping educational policy dialogues in the country. Furthermore, as the organizer of the Karachi and Islamabad Literature Festivals, he has tirelessly fostered a culture of reading and critical thinking. An alumnus of the London School of Economics, his presence here today reflects a strong commitment to advancing education and research. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Arshad Saeed Hussain for his address.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Professor Dr. Mohammad Tufail, Vice Chancellor, NED University, Professor Dr. Numan Ahmed, Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean Faculty of Architecture and Sciences, Professor Sajida Zaki, Conference Chair and Chair, English, Linguistics and Allied Studies Department, distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Sheena Gardner and Professor Robert Miller, ladies and gentlemen, faculty members and students, Assalamu alaikum. I'm delighted to be here with you at this August forum. In a world increasingly shaped by digital transformation and global interconnectedness, the role of language has never been more critical. Language is not merely a tool for communication, it is a cultural asset and a source of resilience. This year's 11th International Conference of the Linguistic Association of Pakistan provides the perfect platform to reflect on how technology intersects with language and society. It aims to foster interdisciplinary dialogue among linguists, educators, and policy makers to advance research, innovation, and inclusive development. When we talk about sustainability through the lens of linguistics, we're really talking about the power of language to preserve, connect, and uplift. Preserving linguistic diversity goes beyond safeguarding heritage. It's about enabling communities to thrive in their own voices. Technology can play a meaningful role here by helping document endangered languages. As Professor Tufail had mentioned, it supports multilingual education and helps in building digital platforms that reflect and respect local identities. In doing so, we create inclusive systems that celebrate our cultural richness while strengthening global connections. Ladies and gentlemen, when we look at the role of education in building strong, inclusive societies, combining technology and language studies opens up exciting possibilities. By integrating local languages into digital learning platforms, we're not just expanding access, we're helping students feel truly seen and heard. It's about creating learning environments where identity is respected and belonging is nurtured. Oxford University Press, Pakistan, has not only developed bilingual dictionaries, Urdu to English, English to Urdu, Sindhi, Pashto, and Punjabi, but has also pioneered extensive language research through scholarly publications, such as Dr. Tariq Rahman's book, Language, Ideology, and Power. This book has profoundly shaped our understanding of language policy, identity, and power. His research shows how language is not just a medium of instruction, but a symbol of access, privilege, and resistance. From the Urdu-English divide to the marginalization of regional languages, Rahman's work reminds us that linguistic equity is essential for social justice. The late Zubaida Mustafa, who championed the role of language in shaping equitable learning, argued passionately for mother tongue-based education, showing how children are actually disadvantaged when they are taught in an unfamiliar language. In her seminal work, The Tyranny of Language in Education, also published by OUP, she argues that when a child learns in their mother tongue, they are not just absorbing knowledge, they are connecting with their own identity. Linguistics helps us understand this process, how phonology, syntax, and semantics shape comprehension, and how language acquisition is deeply tied to the cultural context. Recent research by the University of Oxford in collaboration with Durbin highlights how the disconnect between home and school languages can hinder learning and identity formation amongst children. Teaching in children's native language in classrooms fosters inclusiveness, improves understanding, and strengthens cultural ties. Ladies and gentlemen, today technology gives us the opportunity to make education truly inclusive. With tools like text-to-speech for the visually impaired students, adaptive learning for diverse needs, and predictive analytics to support at-risk learners, we can ensure no student is left behind. Translation platforms and virtual tutors further extend access, bridging language gaps and offering round-the-clock support, especially to the underserved areas. These are not just innovations, they are essential steps towards an equitable education system. And with AI now, you have virtual translations happening in the palm of your hand. So you can speak in your language and the other person will understand or hear you in their language. So technology is really actually bridging the gap between cultures, between nations, between people who speak different languages. As we engage in this conference, let us remember that language is not just a tool. It is a mirror of our society, a carrier of culture, and a pathway to inclusion. Let us explore, question, and innovate so that linguistics leads the way, supported by technology, towards a more connected and compassionate world. Before I conclude, I would like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Sajda Zaki for her unwavering commitment to advancing linguistic scholarship and fostering inclusive academic dialogue. In this conference, we are reminded that the study of language is not only an intellectual pursuit, but a deeply human one that is rooted in empathy, equity, and connection. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, sir. I would request Honorable Vice Chancellor, in the company of Pro Vice Chancellor and Conference Convener, Professor Sajda Zaki, for the presentation of souvenirs to our esteemed chief guest. Mr. Arshad Hussain is requested to please receive the souvenir. Professor Sajda Zaki will now present souvenirs to the Vice Chancellor and Pro Vice Chancellor. Thank you, sir. I now request Professor Dr. Nouman Ahmed Tamghe Imtiaz, Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean of Architecture and Sciences, for vote of thanks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. On behalf of the organizing committee and the NED University of Engineering and Technology, I extend my profound gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Arshad Saeed Hussain, Managing Director, Oxford University Press, for gracing this occasion and delivering an extremely thought-provoking speech. My gratitude to our two very distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Sheena Gardner and Professor Robert Miller, for having taken their time in, I think, a frozen morning in Scotland and perhaps in England too, and enlightening this audience. I'm thankful to all the delegates who made it convenient to attend this conference and traveled from different places in Pakistan. And obviously, during the next few days when this conference will be on, this audience, and I think the audience that is connected online, will benefit from their discourses and thoughts. To the hard work of the organizing committee that obviously had many sleepless nights to put together this conference and also manage the logistics and all the other attributes and made this conference a living reality. I think our profound gratitude to all of them. And last but not the least, I'm sure the student volunteers who contributed their efforts and enthusiasm in making this conference worthwhile. A big round of applause to all of them. We hope that this conference, which has started on a very high note from some very useful thoughts and I think some very important questions, is going to break the barriers and I think many specific challenges that we experience in respect to the landscape of linguistics and also endangered languages. They will all be addressed. And when the conference will reach to the stage of, in fact, formulating the resolutions, some very useful thoughts are going to come out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now request our distinguished guests and organizing committee to please come forward for a group photograph. This concludes the inauguration ceremony. We are going for a networking lunch and prayer break. This session will resume at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Find a comfortable seated position, either on the floor or in a chair. Allow your body to relax.
Hello, check.
Everyone, please come forward. Come forward. We are going to have a workshop. अभी और आ जाएंगे. Come forward. Please come at the front. पीछे आप पीछे से छोटे छोटे नजर आ रहे हैं. मुझे नजदीक से देखना है आपको. Please come forward, students, everyone. Please come forward. Other people are joining us soon, but you come forward.
I request everybody to come forward so that we can have a nice interactive workshop.
Yeah, the purpose of workshop is interaction. Come forward. You will be studying this. Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We begin our post-lunch session with an engaging workshop. It is my pleasure to introduce Workshop 1, titled Framing the Future, Language of Influence for Identity, Resilience, and Sustainable Empowerment, which will be conducted by Ms. Rabia Khalid, lecturer at the Dow University of Health Sciences. The workshop will be held here, and you all are going to learn a lot from this workshop. Over to you, Ms. Rabia.
Thank you, Ms. Mavish, for a warm introduction. Assalamu alaikum and welcome to the 11th International Conference of Linguistics Association of Pakistan and the workshop Framing the Future, Language for Identity, Resilience and Sustainable Empowerment. I'm honored to be here and grateful to the organizers of iClub 2025 and my mentor, Professor Dr. Sajda Zaki, for giving this opportunity to be here and give back to the linguistics community. So here's a little bit about me so that you know who your resource person is. I'm Rabia Khalid, and I am a linguist, researcher with an MS in Applied Linguistics degree from this very institute, that is NED. And I am working as a full-time lecturer at Dow University of Health Sciences. And my ELT experience spans to almost a decade, where I have worked with the top institutions of Karachi, including Dow, NED, University of Karachi, and Al Khan Education Service, Pakistan. I am also an internationally certified professional coach and mentor with Gold Standard International Coaching Federation and International Mentoring Center's accredited training, which has not only given me a platform to connect with the professionals around the world, but also has transformed me in ways that I'm now determined to benefit my teacher, student, and linguistics community with coaching and capacity building training. I would also take the opportunity, can we just go back a bit? Yes. So I would also take the opportunity to connect with you all. And here's a QR code down there, and you can scan it and connect with me on LinkedIn, or alternatively, you can email me. I just stop here for a while so that you can scan the QR code if you have to, and then we can proceed. All right. So through this workshop, I've ensured that you walk away with an understanding of how language shapes our identity, that is, who we are and what we become, and recognize language and the stories we tell ourselves that limit us and our growth, and apply language strategies that can help us empower ourselves and others for a sustainable development. Now, before we proceed, I would like you all to have a pen and paper to your hand, or alternatively, you can have your phones because you'd be needing to write. So we'll start with a short activity. And what you see on screen is a set of images. And I want you to identify one image that speaks to you, that stands out to you. Just one image. And then quickly write down 3 words about it. 3 words, not a phrase, 3 separate words. And here, there are no right or wrong answers, so feel free to write whatever comes to your mind. I just need the first impressions. You have a rough estimate of 5 minutes, and then I'd like to have your answers. The people at the back, have you got your words? All right, let's hear from you the 3 words that came to your mind for one of the images out of the 4 here. So anybody to volunteer to start with? Go ahead. Yes, please. Okay, tree.
Okay, the green one caught my attention, and 3 words that came into my mind were good time, peace, and my family.
I have the same image. It's calm and composed, alone, with different shades.
That's interesting. Anybody who noticed tree, the tree here?
Nature, greenery, and beauty.
Thank you.
So for the same, synergy, resilience, and diversity.
Thank you. That's powerful. Okay, any other image?
Sea and serenity, depth, and power.
That's interesting.
Okay, so it was the first image, the candle one, and 3 words that comes in my mind is the persistence, hope, and courage.
Amazing. Somebody from that side wanted to share? Okay.
It was a third one, the rope, and I wrote restraints, authority, and corruption. Restraints, authority, and corruption, the third one, the rope.
Thank you. Interesting observation. Anybody else who wrote something related to the tangle rope?
So the 3 words that came into my mind were barrier, limitation, and constraints.
Great, thank you. Okay, so anybody else with any other image with different words? Okay.
Thank you so much. For the last image, ocean, the 3 words that came into my mind were breeze, tranquility, and nature.
Thank you. Now, what's interesting about this activity that we just did is that it's the same set of images, and yet we saw very different things. Our mind jumped to different words, different meanings, and different stories. Now that's because reality doesn't come fully labeled. We interpret it, we assign meaning to it. So the bottom line is that language doesn't just mirror reality, it interprets it. And it's through the beliefs, emotions, and our thoughts that the reality is shaped, which is influenced by the language we use. Now, I would like you to hear out the story of this man with a puzzle piece in his hand, asking to himself, why don't I fit? Then another man comes in, and with just few words, there is something wrong with that piece. Collapses the identity of the man with the piece of puzzle. Now, let's shift that. Think of what would happen if the man said something different. What if he said, maybe this piece belongs somewhere else? What happens here is that with the power of language, instantly identity gets transformed. And from feeling not fitting here, one begins to feel that maybe I belong somewhere else, but I still have a place. So that's the power of language use that we call framing, which reinforce the idea I discussed a while back that language shapes our identity because there is a deep connection between language, beliefs, thoughts, and emotions. Now, here we are here for the workshop based in framing, which is how we frame the language, how we use the language that has an impact on our reality and our identity. So let's explore what framing really is. Framing is an intrinsic feature of linguistic communication because every message must take one particular form and not another. So you're going to choose how to say something. And the same message, the same bit of communication will be interpreted differently by different people in different contexts. Framing is thus about making linguistic choices, and those linguistic choices are what we say, how we say it, and how when we say it. Please go ahead. Now, this is how framing basically works. When we choose what to say or not to say, we set a direction for our thoughts. And that filters out things around us. We notice certain things and we ignore others. For example, I'm terrible at English. Now, this person who says that I'm terrible at English will only notice every mistake they make while they speak or they use the language and will ignore any improvement they make at all. Then how we say it, that also has an impact. For example, I failed. Declaration of my failure, announcing myself as a loser because of the style of the language I've just used. So it activates shame, and that's the belief that I go forward with. However, if I say, I failed, now what happened here? Not the negative tone. So it's the tone that has changed. The words are just the same. It's just that the tone has changed. But what happens here is that I no longer feel shame in having failed. I rather say that, okay, I have learned what went wrong so that I can avoid it next time. I can do better next time. So how we say it also has an activation impact on our beliefs, our thoughts, our actions. Then, using metaphors, emphasis, style in terms of the labels that we assign, that also has an impact. Going back to that story that I shared with you a while back, not fitting here, not belonging here, it created a visual, a mental model in my mind about defect, about shame. And however, when the person thought that maybe I don't belong here, I belong somewhere else, that instantly created a depiction of growth, sustenance, resilience. So that's how your identity changes with the use of words. And that is what we're talking about in terms of framing. Now, this very concept was also introduced by the psychologist Albert Ellis and Aaron Beck in the form of belief outcome cycle. So belief is the story that you tell yourself. I'm not confident. A very common story. A lot of people think of themselves that way. I have an imposter syndrome. I'm not confident. Can you hear me now? Okay. So your belief is the story you tell yourself. I'm not confident, you tell yourself. Then your thoughts follow that inner voice, that belief that you have about yourself. Okay, why try? They will judge me. No good. I won't say anything. Then these thoughts fuel our behavior and our actions. What happens is you hesitate, you stay silent, you don't speak up in the room full of people because you fear judgment. And because of this inaction, that is not doing anything, nothing improves. Confidence weakens, and the initial belief that I'm not confident gets reinforced. And so it's cyclical. And therefore, it's very important that we understand the importance of beliefs in our life and how language contributes to that. The good thing is that we can change that narrative. I want you to please have something to write with, because here you would actually be writing and not just thinking. So you would need something to write with. We're doing an activity here. And what I want you to do is think of something that is a mild problem for you in your life right now, or an area of your life where you're not getting the results that you would like to have. Then ask yourself each of these questions and write down the answers to those questions. What's wrong? Why do I have this problem? How does this limit me or stop me from doing what I want to do? Whose fault is it that I have this problem? Now, please don't worry. I won't let your stories go public here. You would keep your stories to yourself. So just freely write them down, whatever comes to your mind, okay? About your problems. And answer these questions here. You've got time to answer. Think about it. Write down. So I hope you all are busy writing, thinking about your problem right now. While you will not be sharing with me your stories, you would still be asked for something. So please make sure that you answer all the questions here so that you experience what I want you to experience. How many of you have got your answers? Okay. The rest of you, I hope, are still working. Okay, take your time. Done or need a minute? Done? What about the people this side? Done? Done? What about the people here? You got your answers? Okay. Now, I want you to take a deep breath, like literally take a deep breath. You know how to do it, right? Okay. So now remember what it was like answering these questions. Don't share yet. Just recall what you felt when you were writing answers to these questions. Done? Okay. Now, think about it again. Okay? But this time, I have a different set of questions for you. Okay? You have to answer these questions, but for the same problem or something that you are striving for, but you're not getting results the way you did before. Okay? So again, you have time to think, but it's a different set of questions to answer. Get started. Just ignore the step 2. It's just a repetition. Ignore it. Just answer the questions. Writing answers? All right, so done writing or do you need time? Time? Done? People at the back? Got your answers? What about the people here? That side? Answers? Okay. Now, do what's familiar. Take a deep breath. All of you, please. You know how to do it, right? Okay. Now remember what it was like answering this set of questions. All right, thank you. So what changed for you? That's my question, and yes, she's already answered. What is the difference between what you felt when you answered the first set of questions and when you answered the second? I would like to take your input here. Yes, please.
So when it was the earlier questions, I was more pessimist, thinking negatively. And when these are the questions, now I was more optimist. Like I was thinking positively. That okay, so I have to look for the solutions now.
Right, thanks for sharing. Anybody else who would like to share their experience of answering the two sets of questions?
The biggest impact was that I realized what is bothering me, what was the issue. Because sometimes we don't think about our problems and issues because of societal constraints and other barriers. But when I focus on your questions, I even diagnosed what is the issue with my life. And after the second step was, a torch bearer, like I can also escape from the situation if I will begin to do according to the plan. So that's I felt.
Thank you. So for her, it's the realization of the problem, right? Now, anybody here this side who would like to share what they felt?
So first it felt hopeless and then it felt hopeful because I realized the situation vulnerability is actually something in my control. So in the second part, I realized it's in my control and I can change it.
Great. Anybody this side, the back side, would you like to share?
Basically it's about seeing the problem. First of all, we were just looking at the problem and now we are just looking at this, solving it. Exactly.
Thank you. Anybody this side who would like to share what they felt? The difference between answering the two sets of questions.
Answering the first set, I felt frustrated, and after answering the second one, I felt relief and hope for the solutions.
Thank you so much for sharing your input. Anything that side would like to contribute? Okay.
So building on one of the answers that you received, there are sometimes situations that you really can't control. You can only control them to a certain extent. So in that case, the answering the first set of questions felt like a victim, and then in the second set of questions felt like a survivor.
Thank you so much. You came up with such wonderful responses and you actually experienced what I wanted you to experience, the shift in the narrative. For the first set of questions, what you were doing is you were focusing on the problem. Where was the solution? Just the problem, the problem, the problem, the problem. What's wrong? Who is to be blamed? Nothing about what can be done. Now here, with this set of questions, what you see is focus on addressing the problem, the challenge in life, right? And accordingly, you felt the emotions you did. That gives you a shift in perspective. That changes the narrative for you when you start focusing on the solution instead of the problem. Yeah, okay. So what we just did was, we went from the blame frame to the outcome frame. Okay. Now, what is the blame frame? Blame frame orients you towards what is wrong, how you're broken, incomplete or oppressed. It's demotivating. You feel you have a low morale. And then it becomes a part of your environment that it's hard to get rid of. And you feel like it's inherent. You have no choice or no control over your situations anymore in that case. Then comes the outcome frame. It orients you towards the future and resources, the available resources and the resources that you would need from the external sources to be able to address your problems. It's no longer about the problem, but the outcome. It leaves people feeling hopeful. There were some of the responses that actually resonate with what you see here. The feeling of hopelessness when answering the first set of questions, pessimism, and then optimism, and the feeling of hopeful, being hopeful and capable. Then it's again gives you that control that now, okay, this is something, this is a challenge, but I can deal with it. There's a way out of it. It cannot be like I'm stuck forever. So that's how we change our frame and we change the world around us, our identity, and turn into a resilient self. Now, there are different biases that actually serve as frame traps, and they trick our mind into believing that either ourselves or somebody else is responsible for our situation. Now, what are those different biases? Let's have a quick look at them. The first one is all or nothing thinking. If I don't top the university, I am a failure. Nothing in the middle. What about those who get average grades? Are they losers? Of course not. But here you are being judgmental. You're focusing on judging yourself and others. The second frame we have is the second cognitive bias, or the framing trap we have is disqualifying the positive. The compliment, that compliment doesn't count. They would have said, by the way. Now, how many times that happens to us? We disregard any compliment that comes our way. बस कह दिया होगा ऐसे अभी नहीं है, ठीक है? But that's not so true. Okay, what we do is we undermine ourselves and we disregard any positive and the fact that we are capable, and anything positive about ourselves we just simply disregard. Then the next is catastrophizing. Now, what is that? I'm late to the meeting, my life is over. It's a total disaster, right? How can it be? Come on, the world doesn't end like that. Then labeling and mislabeling. For example, I messed up, so I must be a loser. I do it every time. It happens every time. This is how I am. What to do? This is what I am. This is how I am. Okay. Emotional reasoning. Now, what is that? Believing something is true because it feels like it's true. I feel the anxiety, I would fail at the presentation. My workshop would go, something is going to go wrong today at my workshop. Not true. I hope so. Fortune telling, predicting the future. This is going to happen. I just know I'll do terrible on the presentation. I can predict it. Now, we are so fond of predicting the future, and we act like as if the future is already written. And that becomes our self-fulfilling prophecy. But that's just a cognitive bias. Then comes mind reading. They didn't say hi, so they must not like me. They didn't reply to my WhatsApp message, they are ignoring me. But that's not true, maybe they are busy. They would sooner or later reply. Overgeneralization. I failed this test, so I'll fail all or throughout the semester. If something bad happens, that determines your identity. That one moment determines your identity. Now, to say this, we need to come out of this. We need to pull ourselves out of this trap, the framing trap. We can change the narrative. That's in our control. And here is how it works. Your limiting thought and belief. If I share my ideas, people will think they are silly. How many of you have been through this situation? Tell me honestly. I think so many of us would have. There are moments where we feel, okay, shh, better stay quiet, not speak up. We're gonna get fun made of ourselves. Now, the cognitive biases we see here are mind reading. We are assuming on behalf of others. And we are catastrophizing. We are expecting humiliation and shame to happen, to be an outcome of what we do. How can we reframe it and feel that empowerment? I'll contribute one thought or question. Participation matters more than perfection. See the difference? The shift in the narrative? Now, here we have another one. I can't apply for the job. I'm not qualified enough. The cognitive biases we see here are disqualifying the positive. We don't take into account our abilities, our experience, our current skill set. We just know that we somehow don't fulfill the criteria. And then we are also fortune telling. We are anticipating the outcome. We are predicting the future. Just one click. Now, I would like you to think of how you can reframe that negative frame. It's your turn. I think so many of us have been there. I would like to have your input. Okay, let everybody think and then I can come to you. Acha, would you be kind to take the mic? Okay, please raise your hand and I'd like to have your input. How you reframed the negative frame that you see there. Yes, please go ahead.
First of all, it's about taking action. If you don't take any actions, then you are already at the verge of failure. So, if
so
you take the
can we frame it in a way that it starts with I? Or maybe in a way that actually provides a reframe for the sentence that you see there, like we saw in the previous example. I want you to reframe it. Yeah, sure. We can come back to you.
I should apply for the job that embraces my capabilities and skill set rather than my qualification.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Interesting. Yes, please.
I would also like to share mine.
Sure, go ahead.
I should apply for the job. Maybe they're looking for skills, not qualifications.
Okay, right. Yes, please, go ahead.
If I never apply for the job, I'll always be disqualified.
Okay, great. Somebody wanted to share. Okay, there is this. What about the boys this side? The boys here, and the boys there, and the boys there.
Let's give it a try. What worse could happen?
Oh.
ज़्यादा क्या ही बुरा होगा?
Yes.
Check कर लो.
Definitely. Exactly. Thank you. Yes. Anybody that side, maybe?
Yes, Sarah.
I'll apply for the job. If I don't get shortlisted, I'll learn how to be better.
Exactly. I mean, okay, maybe I'll get an interview call. I can at least show up. So what, I get rejected? I would learn how to give an interview. Maybe.
I should not apply for this job for now. I need to work more on myself first.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes.
What's the harm in applying? The worst that can happen is they'll
You would say
refuse.
no. Yeah, exactly. See, the worst they can say is not now, and I'll be stronger when I try again. So that's how you change your perspective, the way you think, your identity, and you get control of who you are today and who you will become in the future. That's called sustainable growth. Okay, so now we are going to see what we did was about ourselves, about our identity. But now we can take it to a broader level where we can see how we can become resilient, but at the same time, help our society, our community, our people become resilient and sustainable. There can be a sustainable growth. Okay, so what I would like you all to do is, I would like you all, just a second. I would like you all to join at menti.com. So if you got your phones, if you have working internet, please go to menti.com. And there is a code there, 87962264, that you can type in. And what you have to do is, you have to pick one area that can bring, this empowered language can bring a positive change to. Now you can pick whether it's the classroom scenario, it's the workplace scenario, or the community scenario, okay? So as soon as you type in, your answers would appear here. We started receiving the responses. Next slide पे देख लेते हैं हम। इसी में कौन सा है? वही खोल दो। नहीं, no. जो क्रोम खुला हुआ है ना, उस पे। यहाँ पे इधर जो है, हाँ, नहीं देखेंगे हम। अच्छा, और भी नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पे। बैक करें। So we are receiving more responses here about bringing a positive change to your classrooms. It's the teachers answering the question, or maybe the students as well, because they can still contribute to the classroom environment, how people get along. There are so many people here. Where are your answers? It's time for you to think about how you would empower the society, the community that you are a part of, that you cannot do without reflection, thinking, and taking action. Okay, so let's read some of the responses that we got here. Meanwhile, you just continue typing in. So for the classroom, the answers we have here are: it motivates the students to reflect their feelings and emotions. Engagement creates lifelong lessons. Okay, great. So we can inspire students. We can motivate them to be mindful about themselves. And that's definitely going to have a ripple effect. Okay, engaging activities by eradicating fear of participating among learners. So true, because there's one thing that I've learned from my teachers, that if you do not let them speak, they would never know how to speak. So at least tell them that it's okay to speak the way they want to. Okay, one way empowered framing can change a classroom is by shifting the students from passive learners to active participants. So that's a reiteration of what we saw there. Very good. Okay, that's where self-reflection and mutual growth is welcomed. Okay, so maybe we can say that when we are mindful of ourselves, by the way, this all actually represents self-awareness, and reflection is the key. If you don't reflect, if you don't take out your time out of your busy schedule to reflect how your day went, what went wrong, what went great, how you could improve, then you're stuck. So reflection is the key that brings self-awareness to you. And when you have self-awareness, you're mindful of your own self, how you conduct yourself, what you say, how you say, and then you're mindful of others around you as well. Okay, can we go to the other side? The next slide. Okay, we've got few responses here. One way empowered framing can change a workplace is encourage employees to take active decisions. Absolutely. Because empowerment requires that we do not micromanage. We let the people be. And we let them feel that sense of empowerment, let them decide, let them take decisions, especially where they can, where they should. Encourage communication and intercultural communication, for sure. Communication is the key, because without it, you're not getting anywhere. It motivates the students to think positive about themselves and overcome their fear of socializing. So maybe that belongs to the other slide, the classroom one, but still very relevant. Okay, can we have a look at the third one? Okay, we have one more response okay. A couple of more responses here. By telling the students that you can be wrong, gives the employees the confidence and freedom to make decisions for the betterment. Definitely. Okay. The next one. The next slide. How we can impact our community through the power of language use, through the power of framing. By using inclusive language that is devoid of power structures. Wonderful. After all, this conference that we are a part of today is all about inclusivity. It's about sustainable growth. And how can we exclude some and include some and then work in the environment that we are part of? By making people feel stronger and more confident, okay? So they join together to improve their own neighborhood. By motivating individuals to see themselves as capable and valuable, because see this, okay, now see, I would share with you one example here. It's related to the workplace scenario, but I have this colleague, and she used to be my friend as well. But every time I would share something positive about my life, something that's something good that's happening to me, I would hear critical comments. What is happening positive in your life is not because of you. You're not the driver of it. It's happening because of so and so reason. It happened once, it happened twice, it happened the third time, I knew I had to walk away. Because ultimately, it's about how framing shapes our identity, and you cannot afford that. All right, thank you so much, everybody, for great participation. That was wonderful. Yes, thank you. Okay, and now I would like to conclude a session. This is not a total conclusion, by the way, there's something coming up. But I would still have my final thought here, and that is that we live in the world our words create. So we have to be watchful, mindful of our words. Now, I want you, in the end, I want you, and before I take your questions or comments, I want you to experience the power of language. Okay, so I'm playing audio here, and I would just like you all to listen to it with all your attention and follow it. Follow what it asks for.
Allow your body to relax and your breath to deepen. Whenever you're ready, gently close your eyes. Take a few moments to settle into stillness. Feel the support of the chair or floor beneath you. Notice the gentle rise and fall of your chest and belly as you breathe. Soften any tension in your body. Bring your awareness to your mind. Without judgment, notice whatever thoughts and feelings are present. Anxiety, frustration, joy, whatever arises, simply acknowledge it. See your thoughts as passing clouds in the spacious sky of your mind. Now begin focusing your attention on your breath. Feel the gentle inflow and outflow of air through your nostrils. Attention to the changing sensations in your abdomen as you breathe in and out. Follow the rhythm of just one breath at a time. When your mind wanders from the breath, as it inevitably will, gently guide your attention back without self-criticism. Returning to it again and again. As time passes, you grow bigger and bigger. but at the same time you try less and less to escape. You begin to believe the chain and post are impossible to break. You start to doubt your strength, even though you are now stronger than ever before. You could easily break the chain, but since you focus on what you were capable of yesterday, you don't. We all carry some chains that are holding us down. It might be something you were told long ago that you now carry with you, or a story you tell yourself about who you are. Maybe you're saying to yourself, "I'll never be successful," or "I'm just not smart enough," or "Bad things always happen to me." Whatever it is, know that it's just a story you are telling yourself. Like an elephant convincing themselves that the chain is too strong to be broken. With each breath, silently say to yourself, "My past mistakes do not define me." I am capable of learning anything. I am open to growth and change. Each time you breathe in, repeat to yourself, "I am open to growth and change." As you exhale, imagine yourself growing stronger and stronger, capable of breaking even the heaviest of chains. Take a deep breath in, embracing these affirmations. As you exhale, feel a sense of commitment to these new beliefs. Gently begin to bring your awareness back to the room. Wiggle your fingers and toes, stretch if you need to, and when you're ready, open your eyes, returning to the world with a renewed sense of growth and possibility.
Thank you, everyone. And if there are any questions, I'm here. If there are any comments, you're welcome. Your feedback is welcome. Yes, you wanted to ask something.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to ask one question. Like, what do you think? The way people speak and think is shaped more by their childhood and past experience, or by who they choose to become later in life?
It depends on them totally. And then again, how they frame. If they like to stick with the past, they would just get stuck. They would keep themselves where they are. But if they think about the future, that would provide an anchor for them to navigate their lives and become a better version of themselves. So it's totally up to them.
Can I say? So do you think the people who are more negative have some kind of like childhood trauma, or the atmosphere that lies in their home and something? Do you believe in that?
Definitely. So it's your experiences that shape your belief. And again, language is a significant part of it. So if we, let's say, talk about children, and when they grow up and they just carry forward with them their childhood traumas, maybe it's the language, it's how they were treated, the behaviors, everything has a role in how or what they become. And then again, it's the self-awareness and mindfulness that can help them come back to a point where they can take themselves forward, becoming a better, more resilient, positive version of themselves.
Okay, thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. Yes, any other question that anybody would like to have? Also, any feedback? Thank you. Oh, she has something to say.
I would actually like to give the feedback. I think it was a really informative session. And whatever we did in this session was through language and getting to know what it is capable of. And when we were jotting down our problems and the solutions, and we know that a problem well stated is a problem half solved. So we got to learn a lot that by language you can actually shift and shape and frame many things. So thank you so much. It was really informative.
Thank you so much for the wonderful feedback.
I want to make a comment. Actually, it's a very good workshop. That language plays a very critical role in everyone's life, and you have seen it yourself that how changing the perspective and the use of language can change how you see the world around. So my request with everybody is, please be polite with other people. The language you are going to use is going to either make the person or destroy the person. So that is very important.
Great thought. Thank you so much.
I would completely agree with Ms. Mavish that again, this workshop is a true depiction of that reality which we most of the time admit, but majority of the time we forget that words do have power. They have significant impact. If we see that these are the only words which combines two people in a relationship, and these are again the words which break the relationship. So I would completely and definitely agree that if we cannot do so much for someone, at least we can say politely, we can talk politely, as the poet also says, that speak gently, kindly to the poor. Let not the harsh tone be heard. They have enough. They must endure without an unkind word. So thank you so much, Rabia.
Thank you so much for sharing your perspective. If there are no other questions, okay, we do have.
So this is once again feedback or a comment. Just wanted to really appreciate how you brought something, a very important concept, and you have shed light on it using, exercises. So what I personally believe is that we really need to uh, the thing that you said about creating your identity, it really does wonders when you're using the right language. So I just wanted to thank you for shedding light onto that concept. Thank you.
Thank you for such warm feedback. I would request Ms. Mavish to take over the floor.
Thank you so much, Rabia. I hope the workshop was stimulating for all of the participants. I would request Professor Sajda Zaki to present souvenir to our workshop resource person. We will shortly begin our featured speaker session 1. Uh, we will be shortly beginning. Yes, thank you. Speeches. We now move to our featured speaker session. Our first featured speaker will be addressing the theme Reimagining Linguistic Research, Expanding the Frontiers of Theory, Methodology and Practice. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Shahid Siddiqui. Dr. Shahid Siddiqui brings a wealth of experience, having obtained his PhD in language education from the University of Toronto. He has been involved with the educational system of Pakistan in various capacities as a teacher, teacher educator, and researcher at prestigious institutions including the Aga Khan University and LUMS. A former Vice Chancellor of Allama Iqbal Open University and currently the Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences at the National University of Modern Languages. His work critically explores the socio-cultural aspects of language and educational change. He is also a renowned author whose writings, from his influential book Rethinking Education in Pakistan to his Urdu novel Aadhe Adhure Khwab, consistently bridge the gap between academia and societal discourse. Please welcome Dr. Shahid Siddiqui.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, let me share my slides. Okay. Let
Yeah,
me
we
start
cannot
with,
see you.
excuse me,
We cannot see you.
you cannot see me?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see the slides?
No.
No?
We can hear you. We cannot
Okay,
see you.
then just a minute. Let me try it again. Just a minute, please. You see me
Yes,
now?
now we, yes, we can see you.
Okay, finally. And let me try to share my slides. And excuse me, because the net here is not very reliable. So yeah. Can you see the slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks very much. Let me start with my thanks to the organizer of this conference and especially Dr. Sajda Zaki, who has been very active in the field and very old kind of stalwart in this field. Thanks very much. I was part of this workshop as well. I sat through the whole session and it was very interesting. And the topic is so close to my heart, language as a political phenomenon and the power of language. And one of my books by Oxford University Press is Language, Gender and Power, the Politics of Representation and Hegemony in South Asia. So thanks very much. The topic I chose for today's session is revisiting research in linguistics, pushing the boundaries of theory and practice. And this, presentation is based on my personal observations because I worked with the different universities, including the Aga Khan University in Karachi for 3 years. And the points I'll be sharing are largely based on my own observations. Um, so let me start with the biggest challenge we are facing. This is the challenge of the 21st century, which is a very competitive century with a cutthroat competition. And the challenge is that the speed of change has been expedited so many times. The same amount of change which used to take place in years in the past is now taking place in days and in hours. Not only the speed of change is, change, but also the nature of change is also different. So there are direct implications for us. They say that this century of knowledge and knowledge is equated with power these days because the concept of power is also changed. Gone are the days when power was linked with conservative weapons. Now, discourse is power. So I think this knowledge is in the center. Um, I was going through one of the reports of World Bank, and in one report, I came across this very interesting observation that the difference between developed and developing countries is that of knowledge. So the point is then, how can knowledge be constructed? Um, One of the major means of construction of knowledge is research. And there is a direct relationship of research with universities because universities are the places where knowledge must be constructed and then shared. And that is the difference between schools and universities. In schools, usually the knowledge is, disseminated. But in universities, we believe that knowledge must be constructed. And for that, there should be a very strong tradition of research. So, whatever I will be sharing with you is, as I said earlier, is based on my own observations. And I think you will feel a kind of pleasure of recognition because most of you are working in universities in Pakistan. So major responsibility of university is research. And this, expedited speed of 21st century has direct implications for us, the teachers at at a university are the educational leaders in a university. Um, these implications are that we need to, uh, you know, um, sit back and look at what is being done in the name of research. And there is, need, an urgent need to push the boundaries of research in terms of its themes, methodologies, tools of research, and dissemination, mediums. So the implication, as I said, is to explore new areas. My observation is that only a few areas as areas slash research topics are being researched. So there is a need that we should push the boundaries of research questions or research problems because there are so many new, problems have arisen. Similarly, there is a need to push the boundaries of methods as well. My observation is in most of the country, most of the universities here, we are still following that quantitative, approach with experimental group and looking for a significant difference, etc., etc. There is also a need of going for some more research, new research tools to collect the data. And also, there's a need to, for analyzing the data, we should be looking for some new tools as well. So is the case for dissemination of research, because just doing research is not sufficient. The findings, the results of your research must be disseminated to the relevant quarters. And finally, the ethical challenges we face in universities. I'll be coming back to these points. As far as the new territories in linguistics is concerned, there are so many new interesting areas which have emerged in the recent past. For instance, corpus linguistics. In a number of universities now, we see that there are departments of corpus linguistics, and there is a growing interest in this area. Forensic linguistics, this is another very interesting branch, and there is a lot of scope for this because, as far as legal context is concerned, we do need this kind of knowledge. Cognitive linguistics, again, this is very useful area for schools as well because it is directly concerned with learning of language. Neurolinguistics, how the brain processes your language. Ecolinguistics, again, the relationship of language with the environment. Sociolinguistics, psycholinguistics. So I think there is a need that we should be broadening our areas with the past with the new times. My observation is that in universities, the departments are stuck with some areas only. Um, Similarly, I think there are some very interesting areas, research questions, which can be explored. One of them is language preservation. And Pakistan is a very unique country where I think about 70 languages are spoken. And there are some languages which are in danger zone. And I think this is a very good area that in a university, at least a couple of your research students should be pursuing this area. Language and politics, I think this is a very interesting area. And as I told you in the beginning, this is very close to my heart. And the question of power, the question of inequality, the question of equity, all they emerge from this area, language and politics, and the whole idea of soft power, etc. Then language and power. As I said before, that the whole concept of power is changed now. And language, which used to be considered as something neutral and passive, is no more considered as neutral and passive. It is a highly political phenomenon, which is directly linked with politics and power. Language and identity. This is another very interesting area which must be explored in our universities. Language and AI. This is another area which needs to be explored, and there could be some very interesting questions. Linguistic violence is one area which I think is so important. And for instance, one can look at the workplace environment and linguistic violence against women. Similarly, linguistic violence in the parliaments, etc., etc. Linguistic inequality is another very important area that how language, especially English, is acting as a dividing force, and how language becomes a capital, and how it is linked with power and status in a society. Um, so this is just a list of some questions, but the point I'm trying to make that we, the faculty members in our university, must be looking for new areas, and that makes your research fresh, and that makes your research relevant. Now comes the pushing the boundaries of methodology. My observation is that students, they feel more comfortable and safe by following this quantitative research. And But I think no research paradigm is inferior or superior. It depends on the nature of your question and the purpose of your research. that what research paradigm you should be following. My observation is that most of the departments, they are very happy with positivistic research, and there is less, kind of inclination towards qualitative research. Personally, I think that we should be getting out of that, and we should be very, uh, you know, uh, we should be very comfortable as we are suggesting to our students, advising our students that they can go to qualitative or mixed method approach. But some teachers, my observation is that they would, consider only the quantitative research as the research. So then um, emerging research problems, as I said, we talked about that and methodology. And now comes technology and research. In this age of I think we should make use of AI in terms of data discovery uh, and data management, because these are different phases of research. When you are collecting data, you can make use of technology, AI. And then the second phase is data management, how you organize your data. And finally, the data analysis, how you analyze your data. And there are so many, different opportunities available to our students. For instance, ChatGPT, Copilot, Gemini, Meta AI, Perplexity, DeepSeek, etc., etc. But the point is that you may use these, AI thing as your assistant, but this could be just first layer, because the analysis, the critical part, should be coming from you only. But do make use of these, AI tools. Um, Now we have NLPs, Language Processing, speech analysis softwares, corpus linguistic tools, digital databases, AI-based transcription softwares. So all these possibilities are there, and I think in universities, the faculty members, must be encouraging our students to make use of these tools. Um, I came across some very interesting tools, and they can be used in linguistics, they can be used in literature as well. For instance, a sentiment analysis tool, discourse analysis, phonetics analysis software, semantic mapping tools, big data analytics for linguistics. So I think the point I'm trying to make is that we need to push the boundaries, and instead of just sticking to our old ways of collecting data, organizing data, and analyzing data, we should make use of these new tools. And this can save a lot of our time. My another observation is that in some departments of English, students faced some problems when they, tried to be more innovative. For instance, if somebody's doing some research on gender or on newspapers, etc., they say, no, this is not English research. So I think what is very important to realize that this is the age of interdisciplinary research, and gone are the days when we used to travel in narrow alleys of singular subjects. I think for having a fuller picture, we need to derive insights from different disciplines. Um, because the complexity of issues, they demand that these, that different discipline should be coming together. For instance, I was thinking about, a play by Shakespeare. Hamlet and Ophelia's death there. So I think if I teach now, it is not just English literature, but gender studies will come in, the politics will come in, oppression will come in, patriarchal society will come in. This is how I will try to understand Ophelia's death. So I think these multiple perspectives are very important. So if in your departments, some scholars are doing some research, I think they should be encouraged to, make links with other disciplines. For instance, as I told you, one of my books is Language, Gender, and Power, where language, gender, and power, it's a triangle. Similarly, you can make use of language in politics, language in power, and some language and society, etc., etc. So social, cultural, political, and technical parts of language, they can be explored. For instance, somebody can do a research to come up with some app in language. Um, I think that is another area that we need to explore, that how we can make use, because language is in the center. If we look at our social institutions like family, like schools and colleges, media, etc., in the center is language, how they make use of language and how realities are constructed. So in any subject, language will be in the center. So we are very lucky that we are in this field. So I think we should encourage our students to make links with other subjects. Um, Now I'll be coming to the department as a whole, because um, my observation is some departments, they stick to a couple of areas, and they are churning out graduates in same areas. I think we should be very careful that if we have, say, students of 10, 12 class, a couple of students should be working on theory development. Some students, a couple of them can be pursuing some research on pedagogical model. Some of them can be given a research topic on policy research. Some of them could be given a research on interdisciplinary research. Some of them, again, depending on their research, they can be doing research on technology, making software, designing softwares. Some of them can be, assigned a research on community development. So at the end of the day, the department will be having a very balanced kind of research and kind of holistic research. So that is another observation, and I thought I should be sharing it with you. Um, then this ethical considerations. My observation is that I saw that sometimes there is uh, some very interesting situations emerge where ethical issues come up, um, especially not just informed consent, data privacy, but sometimes research papers which are published. Um, in some cases, the scholars are forced to write the name of advisors as the first, author, etc. I think whatever plan you have, everything must be planned before and must be documented so that no situation emerges. Um, Again, we need to explore new avenues in dissemination of research. We have open access journals, because just doing research is not enough. Our findings, our results of research must reach the curriculum planners, the policy makers, the decision makers. So open access journals is one possibility. Then we have digital platforms for linguistic resources. Then interactive databases are there. So we must be exploring all these possibilities. Um, Finally, I think this is another area, again, speaking from my own observations, that there are different schools of thought on AI, or use of artificial intelligence. By the way, whether we like it or not, it's there. And um, I think some of the skills which are considered so important for 21st century, AI is at the top, along with creativity, critical thinking skills, communication, adaptability, etc. So there is one school of thought which is we call it alarmist. They are focusing on the dark side of AI. And there is another school of thought which believes that AI is the solution for everything. I think we should be in the middle. And we should be making use of AI as our assistant. And it's up to us that how we make use of this AI in a very responsible and ethical manner. So we need to enrich our skills by doing short online courses. I do a lot of these courses, and most of them are free. So it's very important for us, the faculty members, the teachers, that we should be updating ourselves in order to advise our students in a more effective manner. So before I conclude, let me very quickly recap uh, that the focus of my presentation was that on my own observations of working in different universities, I thought that these are some of the issues I must be sharing with you. And the top is that we must be pushing the boundaries of research in terms of areas, in terms of research questions, in terms of methodology, in terms of research tools, in terms of tools of analysis, and in terms of dissemination of research. And I think especially with the advent of AI, it's very important for us, the faculty members, to make use of AI tools. As through my personal experience, I can share with you, it saves a lot of your time, and the time which is saved, you can make use of that time on analyzing the data and thinking about that problem, and thinking about how this research is going to be useful for not only for my university, not only for my society, but for the world as a whole. Because the research we are doing must be relevant to our socio-economic issues. And there are some very urgent issues, as I told you. One of them is environment. And there are other issues which need to be explored. I should stop here, and I think this was just a very short, and I left out some slides, but I leave it to your questions and we can discuss it more. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shahid Siddiqui, for expanding our horizons and for your powerful insights. Staying with our featured speakers, our next presentation delves into the theme Re-engineering Plurilingualism, Revitalizing Indigenous Languages and Cultures, an education framework for multilingual contexts. Please welcome Dr. Ram Ashish Giri, an academic at Monash University, Melbourne. Dr. Giri's own educational journey, which took him from Nepal to Columbia University on a Fulbright scholarship and then to Monash for his PhD, reflects a global commitment to language education. His research and publications, including recently co edited volumes on English as a medium of instruction in South Asia, focus squarely on issues of equity and social justice. As a co founder of NELTA and the current editor in chief of the Journal of NELTA, he is a pivotal figure in shaping the discourse on language policy and TESOL in the region. A warm welcome to Dr. Ram Ashish Giri.
Good evening. Can you hear me? All right. Good evening. I'm coming to you from Melbourne, Australia, and I thank you for coming to the session.
Thank
Yeah, my session sits well between two very important sessions. One we just heard. Professor Siddiqui's session discussed a wide-ranging issues or areas of research. He mentioned researching language preservation, linguistic inequalities, finding new territories, new avenues, new possibilities. And on day two, we are going to listen to Saila Sultana's session on translanguaging as a technique in TESOL, breeding home and school languages for effective learning. My session is between them. So let's think for a moment. What do we language education practitioners do when the National Language Education Policy says that the only languages that matter are the privileged languages? What do we do when it says it cannot accommodate in education all the languages that we speak? What do we do when it says it is okay to forget the languages that we know, including our own languages? We, as education practitioners, look for possibilities. We look for possible ways of keeping all the languages that we know alive and in practice. My session today is about one such possibility of addressing inequalities of languages a child in a multilingual context grows up with. It also describes how language instruction techniques such as translanguaging can bridge home and school languages. So in this session, I'm proposing a framework which I call plurilingual education framework. This framework values the languages a child knows, and I use the word languages. The framework also sets a pedagogical model to bring all these languages, when I say these languages, the languages a child knows, and I'm not talking about just one language, I'm talking about multiple languages a child may know, to language education curricula. This session is based on my chapter in a book which I'm co-editing. The book is entitled English Language Education Practice in Nepal, which is going to be published by Springer in early 2026. So before I begin, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for giving me the opportunity to share some of my thoughts. These are informal thoughts, and I will try to keep it simple, as I can see that there are some students as well. So I would like to thank Professor Sajida Jaki at Net University, Linguistic Association of Pakistan, organizers of this conference, and the members of the audience for joining this session, which means you. There are 4 parts of my paper, but I've been given 20 minutes. So for the purpose of this presentation, I will address the first 2. And if there are questions about the other parts, I will try to address them. To set the context, let me begin with a story of my own. I knew 6 languages when I started schooling. I spoke 6 languages. So when I spoke the languages, I didn't just speak the language, I associated with their stories, I associated with their customs, I identify with their lives. Now I am down to 2. I have lost 4 languages. So with 4 languages gone, I feel that I missed something. Sadly, my story is not atypical. So I lost words, I lost the language, but as Noam Chomsky says, a language is not just words, it's a culture, it's a tradition, it's a unification of community, a whole history that creates what a community is. It's all embodied in the language. So I feel that I have lost all of that when I lost 4 of the languages that I used to know. So in trying to give you the context of the plurilingual education framework, I don't know how much I can tell you about the context. But given the time limitation, I'm not going to tell you why in the land of Buddha, the Nepalese people have anything but peace. Nor am I going to explain why, despite being one of the richest places in biodiversity, Nepal is one of the least developed countries on earth. Also, I want to spend time on telling you why, despite being one of the most multilingual countries with 131 living languages, now multilingualism is not its official language policy in true sense of the term. So what I propose to tell you is that Nepal, which you may know as a multilingual nation, situated in the lap of Mount Everest, is linguistically in trouble. And there may be a way out. So plurilingualism and the framework I presented here as a way out of this linguistic trouble. Plurilingualism is not a new concept for Nepal. Nepal used to be a home of over 250 languages in the past. And given the size, you can imagine how, the different languages can be together, given the geographic, socio-geographic proximity, the language community will be quite close to each other. So they came into contact quite often. And as a result of that, multilingualism, plurilingualism became quite a common phenomenon. At the turn of the new millennium, only 131 languages remain now out of 250. And we lost most of them because of the man-made causes. So most of them, out of 135 remaining now, most of them are at the point of extinct because of the man-made causes. By man-made causes, I mean the strategies including the linguistic reduction strategies the successive regimes in the unified Nepal imposed on the name of nationalism and national unity. Despite this, despite all of this, plurilingualism remains as a characteristic of the Nepalese people. Now, let me present the current situation. When I say plurilingualism, probably you know the term, you know multilingualism, and plurilingualism is one level up. So plurilingualism is a cognitive state where you have the linguistic repertoire of all languages combined in one mental faculty. Multilingualism, on the other hand, is the social realization of plurilingualism. It's the practice phase of plurilingualism. So I'm going to now present the concept of pluralism in Nepal at two levels, macro level and micro level. So here in this slide, as you can see, I have selected top 10 languages that are spoken in 77 districts. Nepal has 77 districts. And Nepali, as the national language, is spoken in 77 districts. English is also spoken at different levels with varying degree of proficiency in 77 districts. Maithili is spoken in 75, Hindi is spoken in 75, and Tamang is spoken in 70, and Newari it's 69. So if we take the first 6 languages, as you can see, it is common for Nepalese to know 6 or more languages. Now, if we look at a micro level, which by this I mean the VDC level, it's a village level, it's a suburb level, if you like. So this here, I have selected about 6 different village, if you like, or suburb. One from Kathmandu, which is known as Gongbu. And there are 70 languages. So a VDC is like about 5 to 7 square kilometers. And within that area, about 17 languages are spoken. If you go to Kathmandu again, I have selected another area, another suburb that's again called Changunarayan, again 10 languages. Outside Kathmandu Valley, east of Nepal, Pakeli, 19 languages. And again, another part of eastern Nepal, 21 languages. If we go to West Nepal, again, as you can see, Artunge has 10 languages, and Magdi, which is very remote, even in the remotest part, in a small village, people speak 6 languages. So what it says is that plurilingualism is a common thing, a common phenomena everywhere in Nepal. So this is again, you might think that this probably happens in Kathmandu or major cities. No, this one, the 2 communities that I have selected, they are very remote ones. And as you can see, the question asked was, what languages do you use in your daily life? And as you can see, 3 or more languages are common. even in the remotest parts of Nepal. And they still, use their mother tongue, but they combine it with other languages like the national language and English, international language. Now, here, the problem starts here. What we are experiencing right now is a massive language shift. So there has been a massive language shift lately. These language minorities are changing, opting for other languages. So, for example, minority groups with Nepali as mother tongue language. So remember, Magar is a minority. Magar is their language, mother tongue. But now they are opting for Nepali as their mother tongue. So they are shifting from their own language to Nepali. Gurung is another language minority. They are now 54% of the population now opting for Nepali. Limbu, Newar, Rai, Tamang, they are all indigenous languages. And now they are changing their mother tongue to Nepali. Nepali, they are adopting Nepali as their mother tongue. So this table shows that people are abandoning their languages at an alarming rate. And the consequence of the language shift is that 60 of the remaining 131 languages are at the verge of extinction. So we lost most of them. Now we are going to lose probably half of them quite soon. So yeah, so this is what the conclusion is of the tables that I showed you earlier. The consequence of the language shift is that 60 of the remaining 131 languages are at the verge of extinction. Now, Samora Machel, probably you may have heard of this person. He once said, he was expressing his disappointment and resentment. He once said, he's an African revolutionary socialist, and he said, to build a nation, the tribe must die. What I am, through this framework, what I am arguing is that with a right policy and a right language education framework, the tribes do not have to die. So I'm skipping a few and taking you to this the framework now. So, I mean, probably I don't have to outline the research, but that probably the theoretical base of this framework, which is the next part. We may not be able to do it, but research on plurilingualism and plurilingual education suggests that if children are accustomed to using multiple linguistic resources, and we saw that in the tables that I presented, we see that children grow up with multiple languages, and they are used to using those languages in their context. They use more than one language in any given context. So the research, there are many research have been carried out, and they suggest that if children are accustomed to using multiple linguistic resources, then plurilingual education is the way to go. So this is the framework that I'm suggesting. As you can see, there are 5 points and 4 stages. I call this framework as re-engineering plurilingualism framework because plurilingualism has never been a new notion for Nepal, as I pointed out, because most Nepalese have been plurilingual for decades. I also call it re-engineering plurilingualism because it can help stop the losing trend and restore some of the languages that are at the point of extinction. So re-engineer is like stopping the losing trend and restoring some of the languages that are at the point of dying. So this framework, the first step of the framework or model, if you like, is to determine new aims, new skills, and new contents. Remember, we are working with multiple languages at the same time. So the traditional, the conventional aims, the conventional approaches will not work. We have to think about new skills, so skills in multiple languages, contents coming from various language sources. And as I mentioned earlier, languages are a source of valuable information. Languages are the source of, new culture, new perspectives, new ideas. So we have to redefine skills, we have to redefine context, and that should be the first steps. Then we go to the second step. In the second steps, the teacher uses the students' home languages and languages of school languages, if you like, which are usually the medium of instruction. So in this case, Nepali and in sometimes English as well. So they use home languages and also the school languages and establish kind of uh, tasks that encourages students to embed the ideas, the concepts, the knowledge from all these different languages to create new knowledge, if you like. So in the third one then, students, through consultations and interactions and collaborations with parents, families, community members, completes the task entirely in their home language first, and then they share, discuss, and present it as a class activity with the students who prepare similar tasks in their languages. So so every language groups become project groups, and they work in their own languages, but then come together as a class to share the language, again, the skills, the content, the ideas, the informations together. So at this stage, the class becomes a multilingual class learning setting. Finally, in the fourth step, these tasks become the basis for other languages acquisition. In other words, these tasks prepare students on language. The students, when they prepare the task in their own language, are integrated and materials for learning other community languages. So what I'm saying here is that in this framework, we set a new aims and to new values, and to achieve them, we did kind of develop new skills and new contents as a part of the curriculum, which is actually delivered with exposure, opportunities, investigation, interaction, and use with the different members of the community. So the community become a part of the learning process. So, for example, the parents or community members who can tell the stories of their language can come to the class and share their story, and that can become a learning point as well. Uh, the the uh, the language groups can go to different community members and they can bring a stories from them, and then they present the stories in the classroom. That becomes a learning material as well. So the materials, the resources, come from the communities uh, and from different groups, parents, elders, other leaders of the community, different language groups in general. And this is how they realize the different linguistic skills, and they develop the different language uh, um, competencies, if you like. So, so here in this slide, I'm telling you how they realize it. So here I'm telling you that new skills and new contents are determined to identify and observe linguistic phenomena and apply skills and knowledge mastered in one language to learn another language. So next, learning activity. Learning commences individually first, and then in language groups. The learners read, search, research, investigate, listen, what, interact with other students, uh, their families, community members to prepare, complete their task or projects. So each task is a learning project for them. It doesn't have to end in one class. It can be a series of activities completed in many classes. Materials and sources of information could be peers, friends, family, as I mentioned earlier, community, schools, uh, print or audio materials, if they have print materials, if they have recorded materials, or even the people coming to the classroom, as I said, could be the source of information. Now you have technology, so now everything and probably many things are there available on media. Say media, social media, internet can become a source of information as well. Building language skills and use a range of interactive, collaborative activities. So learning becomes a collaborative activity. They work together to create or co-create knowledge information in a given language and then integrate it with other language groups in the classroom. So learning strategies, it incorporates all languages, all language learning strategies. So we talked about translanguaging, and we know monolingual education strategies, bilingual education. We know multilingual education techniques and so on. They all become techniques for the plurilingual education framework. We use all of them to develop plurilingualism in students. One thing we have to do is to change the way we assess, the conventional way of assessing them, which is for the language, the medium of instruction, the language that we use for medium of instruction, the kind of assessment we have. We'll have to change that, because plurilingual pedagogy may breach the conventional standards. We have to create a new standard, new rubrics to assess them. So it has to be based on the different linguistic repertoire the students may have. Plurilingual education at the following principles, and they are based on the principle that promotion and it will promote and protect language diversity. Professor Siddiqui talked about language preservation, and he said that that should be one of the areas of research. And how do we preserve language diversity? So plurilingualism can be one of the framework to preserve language diversity. It is also based on recognition of a student's unique linguistic repertoire. So if a child knows 5 or 6 different languages, that should be respected, that should be valued, and we have to come up with strategies that help them develop. So remember, languages, we call them resources. So if they are resources, they can be developed, they can be promoted. And plurilingualism can be one of the ways for doing so. It also promotes, it is also based on the principle that it promotes plurilingual language practices. Say in any given context, say people can use multiple language to converse with people speaking different languages. Say, yeah, and finally, it also is based on the principle that the skills that you have in one language can be used to transfer the skills. That the skills can be transferred to gain the skills and knowledge of other languages. So these are some of the classroom practices. It happens in different rounds. We're speaking that, but I'll tell you, okay, I want to end this with one statement, and probably I'm looking here. So the theoretical underpinning or theoretical base, I have other ideas here, but probably I won't be able to share this. But this is what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that a language is always in danger when it isn't a part of a school curriculum, and the framework, the plurilingual education framework, is a way to bring all languages that is available within a community, school community that is, into a school curriculum. And in that way, it can be preserved, it can be promoted, it can be developed.
I'm sorry to interrupt Dr. Ram Ashishgiri. Actually, we are short of time, and we would request you.
I'll end here and see if there are any questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Unfortunately, because of time constraints, we are not taking questions and answers. Dr. Sajda is now going to thank you for me.
Thank you, Dr. Shahid Siddiqui. Thank you, Dr. Ram Ashishgiri. It has been a pleasure to listen to you. Thank you so much for acknowledging and joining the conference. Dr. Shahid, inshallah, my next visit to Lahore, if you are watching live, I will bring over the souvenir and hand it over to you personally. Dr. Ram, perhaps someday in Pakistan or in Australia. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Bye.
Thank you so much once again, Dr. Shahid and Dr. Ram. The diversity of perspectives we have heard so far perfectly sets the stage for a broader conversation. We will now begin panel discussion 1 on the highly relevant theme linguistic equality, challenges and opportunities in attaining a balance between foreign, international, and heritage languages. The discussion will be moderated by Dr. Muhammad Asim Khan and Ms. Nida Aftab. Joining him on the panels are a remarkable group of international and local experts. Let's welcome our moderators and panelists.
Hello, 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 hello. Good evening and assalamu alaikum everyone. A very warm welcome to all of you to this exciting panel discussion at the International Conference of Linguistic Association of Pakistan 2025. I'm Nida Aftab, English lecturer and foreign language coordinator from the Department of English Linguistics and Allied Studies, and I'm delighted to serve as the moderator for today's panel discussion along with Dr. Muhammad Asim Khan, Assistant Professor at Department of English Linguistics and Allied Studies. Our department, the host of this ASI CLAP, has been the forefront of promoting linguistic scholarship and interdisciplinary dialogue, bringing together educators, researchers, and practitioners who share a passion for language, identity, and education. Before we begin, I would like to request our audience members to write down any questions they may have for the panelists on a slip of paper during the discussion. We will collect these and address them in question-answer sessions afterwards. Now, the theme of today's discussion is linguistic ecology, challenges and opportunities in attaining a balance between foreign, international, and heritage languages. In our increasingly interconnected world, languages constantly interact, shaping identities, influencing education, and reflecting the dynamic balance between global communication and local preservation. Now, this panel aims to explore how foreign, international, and heritage languages coexist, compete, and complement one another in our classrooms, communities, and societies. We are honored to have with us a diverse group of distinguished panelists representing Sindhi, Chinese, German, Turkish, and Brushiski languages, each bringing a unique perspective on linguistic diversity and cultural continuity. Now I'd like to introduce our panelists to you people. Our first panelist is Professor Dr. Chang Xiaoping, the Chinese director of the Confucius Institute at the University of Karachi and the director of the Confucius Institute office at Sichuan Normal University. He has been instrumental in promoting Chinese language and culture internationally, having pioneered Pakistan's first BS in Chinese 2+2 program, the Chinese Enterprise Internship Center, and the CPEC Chinese Teaching Center. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Chang Xiaoping, who's connected with us virtually today. Now, our second panelist is Professor Maya Khemlani David, who is an internationally acclaimed sociolinguist whose pioneering research on language maintenance and shift among Sindhi communities has had a profound impact on the study of heritage languages and diaspora linguistics. Her work explores migration, globalization, and intergenerational change shaped identity and cultural continuity, making her one of the foremost voices in South Asian sociolinguistics. Please welcome Professor Maya Khemlani David, who has joined us today virtually.
Hi, I think you've got to unmute me on the video. Says you are controlling the video.
But we cannot see you.
When I say start video, it says it's been controlled by you guys. The host has asked you to start your video. Okay, now I'll start my video. Okay, hi everybody. Thank you so much, Naida and Dr. Mohammad Azim for moderating this session, and also many thanks to Professor Dr. Sajida and to Net University and the Linguistic Association of Pakistan for inviting me for this talk, which I found very interesting and enlightening to work for you guys.
All right. Now I'd like to introduce our third panelist, Dr. Hina Hussain Kazmi, who's a development and academia professional with nearly 3 decades of leadership experience in governance, education, and capacity building. She holds a PhD in applied linguistics and currently serves as a technical expert at UN Women with an impressive record of leading initiatives for women's empowerment, youth leadership, and inclusive education. We are delighted to have her with us today. Please welcome Dr. Hina Hussain Kazmi on stage. Now, our next panelist is Ms. Shehnaz Hunzai, who's an educationist, linguist, and researcher whose remarkable work on Brushaski language has contributed significantly to its documentation and preservation. With master's degree in Arabic, Persian, Urdu, and education, she has served as project director for the Brushaski Urdu Dictionary and currently works with Zindagi Trust on public school reforms. Please welcome Ms. Shehnaz Hunzai on stage. Now, our fifth panelist, Mr. Musab Hikmat Soy, who is a Turkish language instructor with extensive international experience teaching across Turkey, Pakistan, and Tanzania. He has served as Turkish language teacher at Pak Turk Marif schools and taught at NED University, contributing greatly to Turkish language promotion and intercultural collaboration. Unfortunately, he was unable to join us live today. However, he has graciously sent us recorded video sharing his insights and responses to the panel questions. We are grateful for his valuable contributions, which we will play during the session. The sixth panelist is Mr. Shamim Manzar, who's a veteran German language instructor and translator, formerly head of the German department at the Goethe Institute, Karachi. He has translated literary works between German, Urdu, and English. Unfortunately, he was also unable to join us live today. However, he has also sent us his recorded videos that we'll be sharing during the discussion. Now, with this distinguished panel before us, we are set for an engaging and enlightening conversation that bridges languages, cultures, and pedagogical practices.
Thank you very much, Nida. Thank you very much, panelists in person and online. Am I audible to everyone? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, audience. We've got little time left, and we'll try to cover a very important topic within this, and we'll have all the panelists their views on that. So I'll start with Professor Chang first. In Pakistan, we already have a diversity of languages with our own local languages, English as international language, and a number of foreign languages, and Chinese is one of them. And they are all very powerful languages. My question to you is how important in the ecological perspective or ecology of languages perspective is with reference to Pakistani linguistic ecology, where Chinese is one of the powerful language, foreign language with other languages.
First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the leadership of NT University of Engineering and Technology for supporting the launch and continuous support of the Chinese program. The NED University is among the first public universities in Pakistan to offer Chinese as a credit course for students. And here I want to say thank you to Dr. Sajida for your professional insight and management. It has ensured the quality of Chinese teaching at NED. I think an ecological perspective is important because it views languages not as rivals, but as interdependent components of linguistic community. It's similar to the concept of a community with a shared future for mankind, which emphasizes mutual support over competition. So in today's world, global languages such as English, regional languages, Urdu and Sindhi, I think do not have to replace one another. Instead, they can complement each other to enable richer communication. For Chinese, its status in Pakistan is shaped by this ecological balance. Thanks to the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, the CPEC, and the decades of China-Pakistan friendship. So Chinese is not just a foreign language. It has become a practical tool for students to seize opportunities in trade and cultural exchanges between China and Pakistan. In 2021, we launched a joint 2+2 BS Chinese program with University of Karachi, which is the first of this kind in Pakistan. The students study 2 years in Pakistan and 2 years in my university in China. When we designed the scheme of studies, we tried to combine the core courses, which will allow the students to learn Chinese while retaining the mother tongue and English skills. So this way, Chinese adds value to their linguistic ecosystem rather than displacing other languages. It helps preserve heritage languages, I think. When the students recognize Chinese as a bridge to better careers, they still hold on to their native tongues as a source of cultural identity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Mohammed, can you hear me?
Yes.
Since we are talking about the Chinese language, can I just tell you what is happening in Malaysia to the Chinese language?
Sure, please. We'd be glad to.
All right. So in Malaysia, the Chinese are today about 23% of the total Malaysian population of about 35 million. All right. So that's quite a large percentage. In the past, they were a bigger percentage, but today they're about 23, and the Indian population is about 7% today. But talking about the Chinese population, what has happened in the recent past? Ever since independence and with nationalization and government deciding on Malay becoming the national language and the official language, national language of the country, English is also, of course, as you know, an important second language in Malaysia. So in Malaysia, you really have to be bilingual. But what about Chinese for the Chinese students? And how about Tamil for the Indian students. So the Malaysian government in its very early days already decided that we would have what we call vernacular schools, which is Chinese schools for Chinese population who wanted to have Chinese medium of instruction. There was an option. You could go to government schools where Malay was the medium of instruction, or you could go to Chinese schools where Chinese was the medium, Mandarin actually was the medium of instruction. And the Indians, if they liked, they could go to the Tamil schools where it was the medium of instruction. But this was only at primary level. At secondary level, they had to move on to government schools where Malay was the medium of instruction. So the government was ensuring that its population had both its mother tongue language being taught and also Malay, and English was always an important second language as a subject, but not as the medium of instruction. So we had a trilingual language policy. Today, what has happened is about 25% of the children who go to Chinese schools are not Chinese. They are Malays and Indians because they saw that the Chinese school had a very good education system as compared to the government school systems where Malay was the medium of instruction. So in the Chinese schools, Malay and English is taught as a subject, but Mandarin is the language of instruction. And then after a while, there were some secondary Chinese schools opened, for not many, but some. And there were two types. One was private and the other was government. At the government level, Chinese was taught for Chinese language and literature, but Malay was used as the medium of instruction. Whereas for the Chinese private schools, it was different. So what I'm trying to show you is that not only the Chinese went to the Chinese schools, but 25% of children in Chinese schools today learn Mandarin, and these are Malay kids and Indian kids.
All right. Thank you very much for this detailed talk on Chinese language in Malaysia. Dr. Maya, my next question is to you actually, and it's pertaining.
I think there's kind of internet difficulties.
Yeah, it's always like this.
It happens. It happens. Maybe there's the power cut.
Yeah, but you and I can hear each other, so that's wonderful.
Yeah, okay. Too.
Tell you about
Okay.
you know, in Singapore, the government has a different language policy, but still, you know about Singapore and the language policy in Singapore. And yeah, so if you know, that's okay. But I thought it's important to see Malaysia and Singapore are so near each other, but Singapore has a different language policy because English is the medium of instruction.
Always, yes.
Always.
Always, yes. Okay. So have you ever been to China?
Yes, I went there for a conference, and I went with my
When was the last time?
I went with my Chinese colleagues, and we thought we'd have no problems with language, but my Chinese colleagues also had problems with communicating with the shopkeepers in Mandarin. So I think it's maybe a different pronunciation or something.
It's different. But I think in Malaysia, there are a lot of opportunities to practice Chinese. Yes, but I have never been there.
It's very interesting that you say that because colleagues age, they speak in English, but their children are going to Chinese schools. So they can't teach their children Mandarin because they can't speak Mandarin.
Okay, they're back. Mm. Mm. You coming back?
It's interesting, huh? We can see each other, we can hear each other, but we've lost them.
Mm. Mm.
Our country is the lingua franca. In our um, when we reach out to communities, they have a whole world in with themselves in the shape of the language and the culture that they are carrying. But because of the lingua franca and because of the donors that are there, we have to pull them out from their local traditional languages and their traditions and mainstream them. We mainstream them into national language or international language. This is really creating a lots of issues and difficulties for the local languages and to sustain and to grow. English in our setup is a language of power other than science and technology, and that is also one element that is bringing out which is creating trouble for these local languages to grow and to be carried on by the youths, by our youngsters at schools. I remember I was working on a international reading project where we were making sure that we are handling grade 1 and 2 for reading in their local language. And we started with our national language, we started with Urdu, and then we started with different languages for different provinces. In Sindh, it wasn't a huge problem because in Sindh, the dialect that is being used in Jamshoro has been logged for academic purposes. But
In other provinces, we face such huge issues. In Balochistan, it was the most problematic issue because the dialect changes every few kilometers. So developing a consensus of having classroom materials in which dialect was a big question, and we kept fighting with this question for 7 years till we finished the project. With the same material developed in maybe 2 or 3 dialects. So in our setup, these languages, our own languages, are they need our attention. And for that, I'll be later on talking about the policies around it and why have we reached to this situation, this multilingualism, and we were listening to such wonderful idea of plurilingualism. And instead of this being our strength, it has become our weakness. So I'll be talking more on policies later on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arena. I think we're back online. Can you confirm, Dr. Chang and Dr.
Yes.
Maya?
Okay.
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 Thank you. Yeah. So my next question is to Ms. Chenaz. Ms. Chenaz, you come from a Brusheski speaking community, and I would like you to talk about the concept of linguistic ecology or language ecology with reference to local languages of Pakistan, and in particular with Brusheski.
Thank you, Dr. Asim. Thank you, Dr. Sajida Nida, for having invited me. Since language ecology is a field of study which talks about languages existing together, interacting with each other, integrating rather than assimilating. So this particular field also looks at the political, social, physical pressures a language goes through. So these are so relevant for Brusheski language and some other Pakistani language, heritage languages which are just spoken at home. Talking for Brusheski is a language isolate. It means it has already lost its mother and sister languages. It's a lone child. And in a family of languages, a lone child could get lost very easily. That's where a great challenge was faced by Brusheski language. And Brusheski language has been going through political, economic, social pressures through passage of history. Because it's a very ancient language. And how ancient it is, I just give you one example, that it has some words of Hebrew language. Now, can we imagine how ancient this language must be? Because in Hebrew, the word for God is El, and in Brusheski, we have Elikinus, that is to worship, worshiping God. So, if a language is that old and it has migrated from different regions to finally in the mountainous region of Pakistan. So according to one theory, these are the people who came from Central Asia after Mongolian attacks. There are some other theories also. So a great migration has been seen by this community, by these people. When they migrated to this particular place, they lost half of their vocabulary, because it is strange that you find words in this language of things which do not exist in this mountainous region. For example, there are words for elephant, there is a word for monkey, there is a word for ostrich, and these species do not exist in northern Pakistan. So it means they have come from a greater culture, from a refined culture, but they lost their script, they lost their identity, linguistic identity in a way, and they were now in a very difficult situation. So in this particular context, Brusheski went through a lot of migration and then urbanization, because people came to cities for professions, for looking for economic opportunities. And when they came to cities, there were another pressure faced by them, because now they have to study at schools in Urdu. A child decontextualized from his mother tongue when there were different movements of Urdu were going on, somebody asked me a question that how did Urdu affect Brusheski? I said, when there were movement of Urdu in Indo-Pakistan, in subcontinent, there was not a single qaida available of Urdu in northern Pakistan. There were no schools. These schools have started late, very late after 1920 or 1940. So there was nothing there, and suddenly Urdu comes as a medium of instruction in schools, making it extremely difficult for children there to understand that, and that did not help them in their holistic education. So this kind of ecological balances, they were destabilized by many factors. Then other languages of Pakistan came in the region. And I remember when I used to visit there, the chief secretary there, the governor officials there, they all were appointed from the down countries, down cities. They were hardly the local people. So they came with their families, they came with their language, and somehow they thought it was language of power. And then the English was introduced, tourism came, and people thought that, oh, we must learn English. So this language was also affected by borrowing so many loan words from the languages of other provinces of Pakistan, as well as other languages existing in northern Pakistan. So this linguistic ecology has affected this particular language a lot, and today, but thanks to its very specific infrastructure, which is so unique that it does not match with any other language available in Pakistan, because it is the language isolate, and that's what has saved it to some extent. And while talking about linguistic ecology, I'm happy that it just does not analyze, it also talks about policies, it also talks about how these languages could coexist, they could integrate with each other, and these languages could be preserved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shehnaz. Very heartening to know the language ecology, and you see it from Brzezinski perspective, and it's been influenced by so many powerful languages, even from within our local context, like Urdu and other languages you talked about. I'd like to know from Professor Maya now. Professor Maya, you've been working with Sindhi communities and on Sindhi language. We'd like to have a research perspective with reference to your work on Sindhi community, and especially the idea of linguistic ecology and how it has shaped the status of Sindhi.
All right. I've done a lot of work, starting with the Sindhi community in Malaysia. As you know, there's a joke about the Sindhis. They say that in any part of the world you go to, you will find a Sindhi. And we are talking about the Sindhis in diaspora. These are the Sindhi Hindus who, due to nationalization and the partitioning of the Indian subcontinent, actually left Sindh, British India at that time. They left Sindh and they actually moved to different parts of the world. So the Sindhis in diaspora, whether they are in Spain or whether they are in Malaysia, they tend to use the majority language. They have assimilated and use more of the majority language, Spanish in Spain, and in Malaysia, English and Malay. Right. So, but when is Sindhi used? That's the question. Is Sindhi ever used? So, Leslie Milroy, in a research many years ago, actually argued that if a community has strong and dense networks, which simply means that if they are in close proximity with each other and they have interactions with each other often, and the Sindhi Association of Malaysia, as the Sindhi Association of Singapore and many Sindhi associations in different parts of the world, they always have meetings, community meetings, social gatherings, and so on. I've been to many of these gatherings in Malaysia, and I find that the Sindhi Association of Malaysia, even women in their 60s, late 50s, are very comfortable in English. So, for a little research experiment, when I had a group of Sindhi women around me for a lunch, and I said to them, shall we try? We try and speak in Sindhi. And they said, okay, very happy. After the first sentence, they quickly shifted to English. So English has become the dominant language. And here I'm talking about the Sindhi Hindus. Now, with a friend and co-researcher in Karachi itself, we looked at some families, Sindhi Muslim families in Karachi, and we argued that perhaps because of urbanization and because of mixed marriages, there might be a shift within the Sindhi community. And I think my co-researcher is in your audience. He is Hassan Abbasi, and perhaps you can ask him more because he collected the data in Karachi itself. But we've also looked at Sindhi's, whether the community is maintaining its language. And here we are looking at, regardless of religion, whether the Sindhi community in Pakistan itself is maintaining its language. And the research, it was a quantitative research which went across different levels of the population, different socioeconomic groups, different age groups, and gender. And we found that at that time, and this was a research done a couple of years back, with Mumtaz, who was my PhD student, and Mumtaz collected the data from different parts of Pakistan. And we found that at that time, the Sindhi community in Pakistan were maintaining their language. But more recent studies, as I just told you, with Hassan Abbasi in urbanized cities, find that there is a shift away from Sindhi, especially when the majority community around you is speaking Urdu. So this is what's happening because of
Yeah.
urbanization.
Thank you very much. My next question is connected to what Dr. Maya just said and Mr. Nas has talked about Brzezinski. There has been disturbance in linguistic ecology with reference to Sindhi, as you just said, and Ms. talked about Brzezinski. And that must have influenced the ideologies and public attitude. My question is to both of you, Mr. Naz and Dr. Maya, about what needs to be re-examined with reference to language attitude, public attitude, to help these languages regain their status. So yeah, Mr. Naz first.
Okay. Um, I mean, people in Pakistan, we have so many languages and we have heard a lot of jokes about languages. Some people think that their language is somehow superior and they mock about other languages. And this has penetrated so deep in our nation that we don't value some of the languages, thinking that these are the languages of minority, these are the languages of people living far in the mountains, they are not in the city, the lights of city, so it is not important. So in this particular context, I always remember one verse from Quran. This is chapter 30, verse 22, and it says, of his signs, meaning of Allah's signs, there is creation of the heavens and the earth, and the diversity of your languages and your color. So it is from among the signs of God that we have different languages. No language is superior to any other language, except if a community has worked for its language, then that language is established, that language is sustainable, that language has been transferred to the coming generation. But otherwise, all languages come from his treasures and they are known as his signs. In this particular context, I think we need to change public opinion about the respect and culture and even the heritage-speaking community's opinion, because they somehow feel inferior, they somehow feel the language of power is other than what they speak, which is true for economic opportunities or educational opportunities, but at least they themselves should have a respect for their culture, for their language, and they should speak it at their homes. They should transfer it to their coming generations. They should use proverbs, idioms. I remember when I used to visit Gilgit Hunza in 1980s, I always heard elders who who would use a proverb, an idiom, some riddle in the family while everybody is sitting for lunch or dinner, asking questions, making language a daily interesting phenomena for them rather than just a static thing which they just use for the communication. But now things are getting diluted because so many other languages have come. So I think the public opinion, first of all, for educating young kids in their mother tongue. I was so happy to hear Dr. Maya saying that Chinese are being taught in their own language at primary level. I hope this happens here, this starts here. At Zindagi Trust schools, we have started mathematics in Urdu at a pre-primary level. And you won't believe that parents come complaining that why you have changed it to Urdu. The whole purpose was that a child should understand the problem sum before he starts to solve it. So I think our public needs to be made aware that how the mother tongue is important for primary education and that all languages are so important. They should be, we are celebrating poets of Urdu. Why can't we celebrate a local poet? Why can't we celebrate? Just because their language is different does not make them any inferior than other poets. And there have been poets who have changed the value system of a particular area. Speaking of Brzezinski, there is a devotional, such a powerful devotional literature which has changed their people, their attitude, their behavior, and their thinking process. So in this particular context, I think the public opinion has to be enhanced for and they should be sensitized for these issues. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Dr. Maya, can you briefly shed light on this idea of changing public attitude about these languages? We are running actually very late here, so I'd like to have a very brief view on that.
Right. We have to find out reasons why the community has moved away from its language before we can even talk about trying to encourage them to use their mother tongue and plead with them to parents to use the mother tongue with the child. We have to find out the history of their shift away from the mother tongue. Now, the history shows that when the Sindhi Hindus fled initially to India and then from India to other parts of the world, in India itself, they were seen as refugees by the Indians in India. So when they were seen as refugees, they realized that the use of the Sindhi language by them would actually point out that they were refugees. So they slowly started to learn Hindi, they slowly started to use the local languages. And you will see through the documented works that Sindhi in India, especially years after the migration to India, actually showed a dip in the use of the home language. Today, however, there has been a big change. The Sindhi community has become aware of its roots, of its language. They are encouraging members of the community at association level, at national level, are encouraging the Sindhis to use their language in the home. But to do that, first they have to teach the mothers and fathers to use the language because the mothers and fathers are in the second generation. They have lost their language because Sindhi language was associated with shame, with being a pilgrim, with being a refugee. So you have to reactivate their pride in their language, their pride as a community. And they have become successful. They have become people who are giving money to hospitals, to schools, to education. They have become a proud community. And so they are now being encouraged. If you're proud of the community, use your language. So there are Sindhi language activists like Asha Chand, who actually is giving prizes to mothers and to children who can use this language at competitions, yearly competitions. They are given iPads, they are given presents to learn the language and use the language. And she has even gone to schools to tell headmasters, encourage headmasters to teach Sindhi as a subject in certain schools. And she has been quite successful in that. So schools, homes, mothers, fathers, and children getting prizes if they learn to use the language. I hope I answered your question very quickly.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Maya. Now, my next question is from Professor Chang. So, can you please share your experience of living in Pakistan and Africa, and can you please comment on the challenges, policies, and attitudes in that? Sir, please unmute your mic. Yes.
Actually, when I was in Pakistan, for I think worked there for 3 years and a half, I didn't have let's say challenges there, and was very comfortable with the environment because Chinese as a language there, I think it's kind of new to many Pakistanis. So when we started the program in Karachi University and worked with local universities and first with another university, and we found we had so many students coming to us, and I remembered at that time the every semester there were about 3,000 students in different universities. So the challenge at that time was we didn't have enough Chinese teachers actually, and the students were enthusiastic in learning Chinese because I remember the CPEC started I think in 2014. There are more job opportunities for the students, so you can find many universities provided the Chinese course for the students as credit course. And I also observed that some local, I say, private institutions also provide Chinese courses, and they always came to me to say if I can start the Chinese course in their institution. Actually, even today, I received email from different colleges and requests from different schools to start the Chinese course in their college or their schools. Because now I'm working remote, so it's kind of difficult to provide enough qualified teachers for the local schools. And in Djibouti, Chinese is also new because when we started the Confucius Institute in Djibouti, there was only one program in International Studies Institute in Djibouti. There was only one teacher who taught to 30 or 40 students, and our program was with the the Minister of National Education and Vocational Training of Djibouti. So when we started the Chinese, we started the program in 7 public high schools in Djibouti, and it was going very well. And now in Djibouti, there are about 1,400 students learning Chinese because it's a small country with only 1 million people, but the students are doing very well and they are learning. But it's a new program in Djibouti. We had a lot of challenges in classroom management, in different classroom cultures. So, but it is going very well. It's going very well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chang. I'd like to next ask Dr. Hina. Dr. Hina, you have a huge experience, a lot of experience from the field in Pakistan, and you've been working in educational language education, policy development. Um, we've heard to so many speakers right now. Um, I would like your insights on what kinds of individual, institutional, or national efforts are most effective in ensuring the long-term sustainability of both heritage, foreign, and international languages? So it's a wide question.
Yeah, but I won't take lots of time because we know that the languages and in Pakistan were politicized some decades back. And other than some languages having power, there was politics attached to it. The politics not from the language scenario, but beyond it. So the geography and the languages became part of our governance systems. That has hindered a lot of growth of our indigenous languages, and that has brought a status to these indigenous languages that my colleagues are talking about. Not only politics, but the sense of power and this urban and rural distinctive divide in Pakistan is very dangerous for our own tradition and culture and languages. So amazingly, in the last 78, 79 years, we did not make any language policy. We could not make any language policy. And it is not that we have not tried. Working very closely with education sector in Pakistan, with public sector and with private sector and with the top-notch think tanks, there had been a few efforts where language policy was discussed and tried to be there on the paper, but we couldn't do it. And that is also one of the reasons that if there's no policy, if there's no guideline, it's very difficult to then save and talk about our languages, be it national or be it local languages. The institutional efforts that are required are not only from public sector or from the governors and the governance system, but also through universities like this and other universities. The languages grow when children and students feel pride in them. And just for an example, I was in Skardu 1.5 years back, and the university there has different students coming from different parts of Gilgit-Baltistan, and so they were collecting folklores and they were collecting folk stories with the help of those students with different languages, and they're compiling it, and they have planned to publish 3 books, out of which 1 book was already out with different folk stories, bringing culture, bringing wisdom to the paper, in black and white. We can inculcate this language promotion, local language promotion, through lots of faculties in different universities. This topic is not for linguistics department or allied sciences only. This is a cross-cutting. In a Lok Pirsa conference, I got to know some Saraiki students who have developed an app to learn Saraiki, so because they were in favor of promoting this language. And so we have to bring the youth to this very interesting science of language, which attracts and which might attract more younger people. There's a very old debate in Pakistan. I was a young graduate. Since then, I'm taking part in discussions on having our initial education in mother tongue or not. Without having any approach, without having any research, without having any materials in our mother tongue, we are only debating on and trying to convince the whole world that we should have our very initial education in our local language. So this should be the topics, these should be the research topics of our students. How to, what approach, what materials, how to work on the creativity within the local language. And our first language, L1, is for our own creativity. We dream in our L1. So the issue in Pakistan is that many languages do not have their own scripts. They have loaned scripts. So unless we have a policy around, and we have universities having role on promotion of languages across different faculties, not only linguistics department, we can't solve this problem in Pakistan.
Thank you, Dr. Hina. Now we have a pre-recorded contribution from Mr. Shamim Manzar on a similar theme. How do policies affect the linguistic ecology for German in Pakistan?
I've worked at Goethe Institute, and Goethe Institute is the cultural wing of Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Germany. And their task is to promote German everywhere or all over the world. So for that, they made a policy, and they also fund these institutions. You know, it requires money. It's not an easy task, you know. We cannot say that everyone does it individually. The state has to bring effort to realize it. So, as far as German language is concerned, and German language is very much promoted all over the world, because the German government is expanding a lot of money on it. And their slogan is just like that. They say, learn German, learn Germany. And what it means if you learn German language, at the same time you are learning the German culture, and you also get acquainted with the German traditions. So this is something very, very important. We need to do it in our country. That can be done on an institutional basis. For example, your department.
Now we have a pre-recorded video of Mr. Musab, where he talks about his teaching of Turkish language with multiple students coming from multiple countries, and the pedagogical strategies or classroom practices that has effectively sustained these the learners' engagement.
How can I say, different attitudes and proficiency levels. I also prioritize differentiated instruction and scaffolding. I adapt my materials and activities to meet diverse learning styles using visual aids, interactive games, or small group projects to keep everyone included and challenged. I also use digital tools like Kahoot and Google Classrooms to bring an element of fun and interaction to lessons. These methods not only keep energy levels high, but also make language practice more memorable and enjoyable. And finally, I can say that I always integrate cultural learning into my teaching, since language and culture are deeply connected, as you all know. By bringing Turkish music, media, and cultural discussions in higher level like B1 and C1 into the classroom, I help students experience the language in a more personal and meaningful way. This approach helps them connect emotionally with the language and understand it as a part of a living culture, which I find is one of the most powerful ways to sustain long-term engagement and curiosity. Thank you.
I'm just moving towards my last question of the discussion, and this question is for all the four panelists here. And the question is relevant to what the conference is about. We are a higher education institution. And the question is, how can higher education system create environments where multiple languages thrive rather than compete? So I'd like to first take Professor Chang on that. Um, Professor Chang, are you there? We can have Dr. Maya.
Right. How can higher institutions encourage different languages, is it? Is that the question?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if a country is multiracial, multi-ethnic, and communities that go to these universities are multilingual, multicultural, there are chances that they will communicate with each other either in the national language or the English language or the local languages. Now, whether they use their own mother tongue, in Malaysia, we have Malay as the national language, but Malay has many various variations, different dialects of Malay. So when a Kelantanese student meets another Kelantanese student, they're so happy to talk in Kelantanese Malay. So it's just a meeting of people from the same community, from the same speech community. Then they will interact in their language. But if they meet somebody who is Malay but who doesn't speak their dialect, then they will use standard Malay. And even standard Malay brings them together, but it's not the home dialect of Malay. So you cannot, you're not going to change everybody to learn somebody else's language, but they can interact, they can come together by using national language, by using the official language, by using the global language. Because as I said earlier, in Malaysia, most people are more than bilingual, they are multilingual. So they have Malay and they have English, and they may have their own home language, either Tamil or Mandarin, right? So, and they also have their various Chinese dialects. Unlike Singapore, where Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, who was Prime Minister for many years, actually told the people, don't use your dialects, only use Mandarin. So that's why the dialects in Singapore, Chinese dialects in Singapore are lost. So in Malaysia, and I focus on Malaysia, in the universities, it depends on the ethnic grouping of a university. University of Malaya, for example, where I am, is very, very multilingual. We have people of different ethnic groups. And these days, we are getting more and more students from China. And these Chinese students use Mandarin and are speaking with our Chinese students here who go to schools where Mandarin is taught. So there is common usage of Mandarin, for example. In other universities where you have a majority of one ethnic group as the students and as the teachers, then that language will be used more. So it depends on the ethnicity and the language of the students where they are more comfortable with. Which language are they more comfortable with? Which language would they use with somebody of the same ethnic group, somebody of another ethnic group? And you can see in Malaysia, there's constant code switching. For example, if I meet a colleague my age who is also an English language teacher, I will speak to her in English. But if I meet a younger student who is more comfortable in Malay and is a Malay student, I would speak to her in Malay. So we are constantly switching, we are accommodating depending on the interlocutor. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. I'll have Shanaz. Yeah.
Okay, that's a very important question. I think the Higher Education Institute could really contribute a lot to resolve these issues. I mean, one of the thought occurred in my mind that they should deliberately train student of every language of Pakistan. For example, if one university cannot do it, I think every university of Pakistan has Department of Linguistics. Perhaps these departments should have a collaboration among themselves. We should know the collective strength of PhD doctors or people who are ready for different languages. And through them, we can help those indigenous languages, which are just confined in homes because they have not given a chance for any other social platform. So this is one of the idea. And for example, NED could collaborate with Karakoram University of Gilgit to see what strength they have and how could this shared resource could help resolve some of the issues. Dr. Hina just said that we have been talking about teaching our kids, younger kids in their mother tongue, but there is no material ready. There is no script ready. I mean, Brusheski has been written in 1940 by one of the scholars, Allama Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai. And 90 years of literature is there. But now another group is there is saying that, no, we need to change the alphabets. Now, if we keep going back like that, how this caravan could carry forward? So these kinds of issues can be resolved by a neutral body like higher education, like universities. They can be a judge if our script is already there, if it is readable, if there is a literature of 80 to 90 years. Now, communities should not go back. So I think even the community and their initiation should be taken into account. You can take help from the communities, the institutions. For example, I would quickly want to say that Brusheski Research Academy started inventing alphabets because this community migrated. They lost their script. They lost their treasure, literature. They had nothing in their hands when they migrated to these northern parts of Pakistan. So it just became a dialect. It was not even considered a language because there was no written document. There was nothing to teach. So it was just considered a dialect, and a dialect is more endangered, you know. It could erode anytime. So in 1940, Dr. Allama Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai, he invented Arabic script for Brusheski. And he invented 8 alphabets for the special sounds of Brusheski. Brusheski has some sounds which are neither in Urdu, nor in Punjabi, nor in Sindhi. For example, these are sh, ch. These sounds are not there. So he made special alphabets, and these alphabets are already registered in Unicode. So this language has progressed with the effort of community. And then they have written 9 books on Brusheski grammar. They have developed a dictionary, Brusheski Urdu dictionary. Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai is a co-author of Brusheski German dictionary. He worked with Dr. Hermann Berger of Heidelberg University. So these community institutions have progressed. So I think these higher education institutions should collaborate with other universities and such community institutions to resolve some of the issue that these indigenous languages could start their journey, that they should be included in school curriculum. And that's where some of, if not all, some of our problems will be getting resolved sooner. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Hina, please.
Just few lines in the end. Dear higher education, dear universities, I am a student who's excited to learn Pashto. I am a student who is excited to learn Barawi and Saraiki and Sindhi, but I don't have any place where I can go and learn these languages. Please create opportunities for our young generation. I am also very excited to learn good Urdu. I am so used to mix different languages in Urdu and giving it a shape which is actually not Urdu. So I'm also interested in learning Urdu. Please give us opportunities. We have very high hopes with our higher education, with our universities and with our linguistics departments. So all eyes on you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hina. With this, we come to an end of this panel discussion. I would like to thank our panelists, Dr. Chang, Dr. David, Dr. Hina Sen Kazmi, and Mr. Naz for sparing time and sharing your rich experiences and perspectives. If I may conclude this session by just pointing out
at the end we have some difficulties.